Hey, I see you there. How are you? Blessings of the day. Come in, come in, come in. Class is beginning. So, okay. So, now that that's done, let's see if we can catch it. Oh, great. Okay. Done. Here we go. That's taken care of. Okay. Thank you. Nahem. And him, Nahem. Appreciate you. Okay. Yes, Jay, you are the first. No, I will not forget the intro. I promise. Melanie the God King. That's what we're here to find out. What's up? Absolutely. Okay. Uh-oh. I think DeAndrea kind of got you beat on this one, Jay. DeAndrea got you beat on this one. So, you're like, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with my lighting, why it's so dark. Like sometimes what will happen is that if you alter the camera like that, like if you just put something like right in front of it, like your hand, right? It will change the lighting and make it brighter. But I don't know. It might just be because I've had this light in my eyes for a long time that just it appears dark to me. But oh, of course. Yeah, I know when y'all don't see me, I'm only preparing for the next ride, the next installment. Y'all know that. Y'all should know that by now. Trying to figure what I can do to. I mean, maybe it might just be maybe because I got all this white on. That's probably what it is. But I'm looking in the camera, and it's like I look so like extra dark. You know what I mean? Which I love. I don't have a problem with it, but I just don't want it to appear unnecessarily dark because of my lighting, because of poor lighting. Which is probably what it is. But I'll take care of that tomorrow. I'll go buy an extra light. Okay. Plus, you're not really here to see me. You're here to get some knowledge. So that's what's up. Jay checked himself. Hey, shout out to Photography in Tennessee, and of course, India. Having you here just gives me that extra wind underneath my wings. It really does. Actually, all of you do. You give me that extra wind underneath my wings. Right, absolutely. Okay. Let's see here. Icon 101. Don't worry about it. You're gonna win. Just dig in that Hirokuti spirit and make sure the ball goes in the basket every time. All right. Probably too the light shining in the window behind me. But actually, I'm gonna be selling my cots on my website. They're lambskin leather, and they come in different colors. Come in blue, black, white, green, and rawhide. And I love them. I feel naked without them. So it's kind of like oh yeah, I was just answering the question. Very important question. Right? So there you go. So I screenshotted that. Just so I can remember, Trent. But it's gonna get interesting today. It's probably why I'm wearing white. It's a special day, special presentation. This is really I've been waiting to present this book for a long time, years actually. I've had this book. Remember I told you this whole ride that we're doing is we're basically going through my library. Okay. For those of you who don't know me, by the way, blessings of the day, Uncle Jasineb, life, prosperity, health, and Hotep, satisfaction, peace, come in peace, and an offering of peace, if you will. And so the last ride that we just completed recently was ISIS in the Ancient World by R.E. Witter, Professor R.E. Witter, out of Queen's Mary College, London, right? London University. And it was published by Johns Hopkins University Press. And in that ride, we really addressed a lot of the fallacies that these pastors and these apologists are pushing in their churches, miseducating the Black community. And they haven't let up, and they're not going to let up. And neither can we, right? What do I always say? Truth crushed to the earth will always rise. And being that resurrection, being an ancient Kemet, ancient Tameri, Tawi, the two lands, ancient Egypt is the original land of resurrection, then that's what we're going to do every time. That Kemetic truth is going to resurrect every time. Okay. And so these are just installments and investments in that resurrection. Okay. And so let's see here. Okay. Okay, let's see here. I'm just gonna snapshot this so that I don't forget. Okay. We're certainly going to talk about it. Okay. I think that would be a great conversation to have. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So okay. So Amir, that's exactly what we're not going to do. We're not going to allow you to hijack this this broadcast. It's a good question that you asked. I'm sure in some cases that was the case. I don't think it was in every case, and I don't think it was as common as modern scholarship, Western biased modern scholarship tends to portray. Okay, so that's to answer your question, Amir. All right. Please, this is really important, really important. I'm here because I respect your mind, I respect your brain, I respect your soul, your spirit, your ka, and your ba, and I think that you deserve to have a full disclosure, discourse, and conversation, and about the subject matter. For those of you who don't know, this platform is primarily geared towards disclosing documented facts and truth about the ancient Egyptian origins of Christianity. That is not to claim that ancient Egypt is the sole origin of it or the only aspect of it. Christianity as a product of Hellenism, and it is going to have quite a few things up in it. But there are main veins, vessels, and even, if you will, bloodlines, if you will, just to use a term euphemistically, that are germane and salient to the subject matter and the topic of Christianity, that Black people in churches across the world are not taught, not told, and therefore they are being they are indoctrinated from childhood without the full breadth of the story. If you want to call it the story behind Christianity, if you want to call it the story in front of Christianity, whichever you choose. But the fact remains that we are acculturated and inculcated, if you will, and assimilated into this psychological system called Christianity. Amongst and other ones, I don't because my favorite topic or subject matter when it comes to these connections happens to be Christianity. It doesn't mean that Christianity is the sole offender or the sole plagiarist or the only hijacker or the only bastard child of Christianity, which, by the way, is the title for today's topic, which I really, really like. Like, you don't know, it took me I really spent all morning trying to figure out what to entitle this presentation. And I really wanted a good title because this is Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose, and I am your host. And as so, I have certain goals attached to this platform. I have certain goals attached to this platform called Hieroglyph. And so when you guys don't see me during the week, it's not that I'm trying to be scarce on you or I've forgotten about you. Like, I'm really going in and going hard to establish this platform the way I envision it. And so there's a lot more work going on behind the scenes than what you see than when I come in front of you, right? And so let me make that relevant to you, right? One second. I just want to put this where it belongs. Okay. So I just want to make that relevant to you. That statement that I just made a second ago, that when you don't see me, it's because I'm that's the title of the presentation: Christianity, the bastard child of its African mother, ancient Egypt. That is the title of today's broadcast. Yeah, I know you just love that cover, don't you? Like, even putting stuff together like this, when you see this, like, this takes time. You have to find the right images. You have to find the right title. You have to find, it's, if you take pride in what you do, and if even more so, if you respect what you do, and I think that if you respect your audience, you want to give them quality. And I'm really all about quality, right? No matter what it is that I do, when I cook, the way I eat, when I exercise and go to the gym, my relationships, personal and professional, even the way I choose to breathe at times, it's all about quality. And I think that that's how you get the most out of life. You get the most meaning out of life when you pay attention to quality, which is why I'm not really, it would be maybe it would be nice to have everybody in the whole world watching my platform. But imagine a platform where the quality of the viewers is even just that much raised. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I think that's really like, wow. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing something special, or something special is unfolding and taking place, something of value. And that's the key word, value, right? And so having viewers of value interact with my platform just gives it that much more value. And so, that's just what it is, I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. So when you guys don't see me, right, like, there are a number of things that, as this platform moves forward, that I'm going to be pulling in front and center for you all to see, because, as they say, seeing is believing, right? Seeing is believing. So I'll give you an example. There are a number of men, males, brothers, black men, people of the Kemetic community who speak on ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, on their platforms. But let's be honest. When you look at them, you don't see ancient Kemet. You don't feel ancient Kemet. Ancient Kemet is more than just it's more than just an argument. If you think that it's just about an argument and that's all you're here for, well, you're going to get a great argument. But I think that you're shortchanging yourself in appreciating and understanding the importance of the aesthetic. You understand what I'm saying to you? So sometimes I get a little uptight with the Kemetic community because, you know, if you look at Coptic Christians, you can tell a Coptic Christian when you see one by the way they're dressed, particularly if they're clergy. So let's just speak about the clergy, the ecclesiastic community, right? You can tell Christian bishops, priests, the pastors by their collar or whatever. It's something that you can look at them and identify them as, right? Same thing with Muslims, right? They have a kufi or a jalabiya, whatever it is they're wearing that typifies and personifies their identity as how they self-identify and portray themselves to the world. And there's a message, and I think in all of these appearances, because I know me personally, and it may prejudice certain things, but I think there's a positive and negative side to everything. So when I look at certain people in certain dress, I certainly prejudge them. No question about it. No question about it. That doesn't necessarily mean in a negative way. It just means that my conclusions are based on my knowledge of how things work in the world. And so I think it's incumbent upon us in the community of African descent, for those of us who do subscribe to an ancient Kemetic worldview, for those of us who do subscribe to a Nile Valley history, culture, and aesthetic, unapologetically, uncompromisingly, and documentedly, I think it's important that when people see us, we represent. And I don't think we do the best job possible of that. And I think that part of that has to do with shame, because the Kemetic community has, to some degree and extent, been shamed by design over the past few years, right? By certain demographics and certain communities within the Black community who themselves felt disenfranchised from the community and judged by the community, and properly so. It is what it is. Everything ain't for everybody, and that's fine. It just makes space for more people, and so yeah, I like that. Sudan's eldest daughter. Yeah, done with it. I like that one better. So in any event, when you come here, I think you should have an experience every time you come. I think it should be a meaningful experience. It should be an effective experience. And at moments when I'm low on resources, meaning psychologically, energy, spiritually, emotionally, or whatever it is, I just ask you to pardon me and forgive me, because I may speak out of turn. I may use language that's inappropriate. I may say something unfortunate about someone. I may misrepresent the standard that ideally I would love to always represent. However, I'm Shakka-Ahmose, and you know how that goes. Anything is liable to come out of this mouth, right? So, but it will have substance. I promise you that much, right? You have my genuine love, appreciation, and respect for showing up and spending time with me. And that's another thing. That's why I try to make it worth your while when you come, because it matters. There's so much meaning. There's so many meaningless things that are put in front of us on camera daily, particularly on the internet, right? I'm gonna come up with another term for the internet, something that's more descriptive, right? The distracted net, because you got so many things to distract you, right? And sometimes, well, Huckle, I really appreciate that. That I had to put that up there for the world to see, so that I could appreciate it, for one, and just to let you know, I snapshot that. In fact, I'm about to take another snapshot of it. Hold on 1 second. Send it to my mother in Africa. Got it. Right? But I appreciate you, Hucky, very much so. And we are the truth. And that's what, now let me put my ego back in the closet, right? Because not about that. It's really, you might not understand what I mean when I say this, but I want to make you feel good about something that's uniquely yours, that apparently is so important that the rest of the world feels that they need to take it from you. And my thing is that if it wasn't so important and if it didn't matter so much, why is everyone so adamant that you don't have it, that you don't share in it, and that you don't partake of it, that you don't advance it, and that you don't represent it, if it's not so important? Why is everybody in such a rush to say, oh, the ancient Egyptians were not black? If it's not important, you should. If it's not important, you should be like, oh yeah, but whatever. But that's not the case. You have black people in the black community looking at you strange because of what you know and because of what you represent to the world, particularly when looking like this, right? Or speaking a certain way. And so, like I said, a lot of it has to do with shame. A lot of it has to do with fear of being ostracized, fear of being different, right? What about when this becomes the norm? Because if I have it my way, if persons like myself have it my way, eventually that will happen. You'll walk into different communities in the black community, every hood you go into, you're going to think you're in ancient Egypt. If I have it my way, yes. One of the greatest things you can do is give people a different vision of themselves, but one based in substance, eternal substance, documented substance that stands on its own merit. And so I'm not going to be looking through the chat. So hopefully, every single platform has its detractors and its naysayers and so on and so on. It's distractors. And so if any creep in, anybody wants to send me a text or a warning, say, hey, Shaka, get this person out of here. The only thing I ask people in the chat is if you disagree with someone on something, just try to disagree respectfully. You can disagree with someone and that person be your new best friend and you don't even know it, because now you have someone you can argue a little bit back and forth with, debate things back and forth. And so if you make the contention mean-spirited from the beginning, it's kind of your loss. So if you disagree with someone, just try to do so respectfully. And even if you want to say something slick, let the person know you're just having fun, that you're not being mean-spirited. Because there's so much meanness in the world today, and I'm guilty of it. I'm probably going to say some mean. I know I'm going to say some mean things about Christians, particularly about pastors and apologists, because I enjoy it. It's fun. But some of it is in jest. Some of it is in just apologetic. If you understand apologetics and polemics, it's a form of, it's a form of war. The word polemic comes from an ancient Greek term meaning war. But there's another term that I like, and one of my mentors uses it a lot. Rather than war, contrast. Okay? And so in polemics and apologetics, there's stark, hostile contrast. And so we like to rib each other, talk smack about each other. Like I'm going to talk, like you see me talk smack about Pastor Eric Mason, Pastor Vince Bantu, who else? Apologist Adam Coleman. Shout out to True ID. Pillsbury Doughboy's name. Alfredo Valentin, the other apologist, right? I say these names, you get familiar with these names. Damon Richardson. I love these guys, because without them bringing their Christian arguments to the table and their videos and critiquing us and being involved in the conversation, I think it's wonderful. Like I think it's awesome. It should have happened a long time ago. Maybe one day we'll get to a point where we can have the conversations a bit more civilly. Preferably much more so in real time when they stop fearing me so much. because they want to invite me to their platforms. I mean, they always have all these guests on. They have repeated guests. I'm like, how are you going to have the same person on twice before you even invite me to come to your platform? You talk about me on your platform. You take my videos now and put them on your platforms, but you don't invite me to True ID. You don't invite me to Vocab's platform, or, I don't get it. Everybody else is debatable except Shakka-Ahmose. I don't know. Who no longer want to be called? Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. No hate debate. No, I'm not hating on any debates. Not and well. Okay. Alive and well in Israel, really? He's got a picture of Esther. Oh gosh. Wow. Okay. All right. Facts. Let me tell you something. Facts. A speaker of truth has no friends but truth. That is a fact. You better believe it. Jack. That's even within the family ties. Trust me, that's even within family ties. You heard? That's very, very real. Very, very real. So, yeah, let me just see. I want to make sure let me see. Absolutely. Hey. Oh, I appreciate you, India, very much so. I genuinely do. And you know that too. Absolutely. I'm wishing Kai Bet was here too. Right? Absolutely. Facts. Absolutely. Put it up there. Absolutely. Absolutely, people. So I'm just running through because what you guys have to say has great value as well. I really appreciate that. Absolutely. So let's see. Okay. Absolutely. Just running through because once I get started, I'm not gonna be looking in the chat. I'm not gonna be looking in this chat at all. Right? So absolutely. I really appreciate that. Because Shakka dealt with absolutely one of my heroes. And still is. Absolutely. Okay, great. So I just wanted to look at some of the things you guys are saying in the chat. Because like I said, once I get started, I am not going to be in the chat at all. I'm going to be presenting and making sure that let's take a look at the title again for those of you who want to see it. Christianity, the bastard child of its African mother, ancient Egypt. Absolutely. Yeah, you might see a lot of times, one of my mentors, another mentor that I have a lot of mentors. I listen to a lot of people into personal development, and I consider them mentors of mine. And so one of the things that someone said, who was it? I don't remember who it was, but when they say, oh wow, it just escaped me. Something that I wanted to say, I got a lot running through my mind. I'm like, am I ready for this? So whether I'm ready for it or not, folks, what you're going to see, you're going to see. What you're going to hear, and what we share together, we're going to share it, right? See, what happens is that I'll put a PowerPoint together, a presentation, and then because I have so many other presentations I'm working on, I might not see that presentation again for a few weeks. So when I come back to it, like today, I have no idea what's in this PowerPoint. I'm just going to present as I go along. Like my memory will be refreshed when I see the page and when I see the idea, and then we'll just explicate and we'll go in on it. But I know there's some pretty powerful stuff in this particular presentation. That's why I'm wearing white, because I really waited a long time to present this particular presentation. It is really one of my favorite books. I've had it since 1991 when it first came out. But I don't ever speak on it. Some of you, I'm sure, have heard of it before. Some of you may have even read it. But it's one of those books that Christians would rather us not discuss, because those that watch it, they're really going to be losing it. These apologists, they watch us more than the Kemetic community. Well, they watch me more than the Kemetic community. These Christian apologists, they hang on my every word. They want to know, what is he going to say next? What is he going to put out there that we have to refute, that we have to, they'll tell you in a minute, I'm probably the sole reason for urban apologetics, you know. But here's the thing though about this apologetic community. They only respond to the low-hanging fruit. Oh, and by the way, I should put this picture up on the screen before I even get started. I'm gonna put this picture up on the screen. Hold on one second, because I didn't have it ready. And so I'm gonna put this picture up on the screen. Really, just to be just to be something. Hold on one second. I want y'all to remember something. You see, these Christians think we have short memories. You understand what I'm saying? Here he goes. Cool. I got this picture right here. All right. Let me share my screen. Hold on one second. Let me share my screen, because these Christians think we have short memories. Hold on one second. Share. Chrome tip and go to. Here we go. All right. So you see this brother right here? Hold on one second. Let me put my cursor on it. This dude right here, BK apologist. All right. Here he is right here. Right. This is one of the, he's like one of the uber Christians. He's supposed to be their attack dog that they send on me every time I do a video. Right. So every time I do a video, he calls himself BK apologist, the Brooklyn apologist. And the crazy thing is he and I are originally from the exact same neighborhood, which is really crazy. Right. In Brooklyn. But I haven't lived there since I was a child. But this guy seems to forget that he has no credibility on any of these platforms anymore. Did you think that we forgot, Alfredo Valentin, that you lied about saying there was no plagiarism in antiquity? You think we forgot that? Do you think we forgot that I refuted it successfully with documentation to show that you and Vince Bantu were 100% absolute liars, because you lied in front of the camera repeatedly and told the Black community that plagiarism was not a part of antiquity. It was not or to use Alfredo's words, it wasn't a thing, because he was parroting Vince Bantu and didn't do his research. Or he was just a typical Christian liar. Most of them are liars. They're trained to lie about history. And one of the main ways that they lie about history is by arbitrary definition. They just choose to define things differently. So what you and I know of as a lie, they will rationalize it as something else and use their scripture to substantiate it. I call the Bible a liar's manual all day long. It teaches you how to lie, so that these historically compromised people are actually under the impression that they are dealing with truth, that they are perpetuating truth. I was watching one of their recent broadcasts earlier today, and I don't know if you recall, but recently in New York, there was a Black man who drove to New York with a weapon, and he opened up his weapon in the subway and injured a number of people. He was psychologically compromised, and he ended up going to jail. So they went and did their research on this guy, and automatically they affiliated him with the conscious community because he was expressing his views on the falsehood of Christianity. So I just think that these people are very interesting. But in any event, as I was watching, I was like, wait a minute, because he chimed in, and I'm like, you lost your right to be speaking on anything about the conscious community. You lied to the conscious community and the Christian community, Alfredo Valentin, and told them that there was no such thing as plagiarism in the ancient world. I blew that out of the stadium. 1,000,000%. So that's a permanent lie that you're guilty of. That is going in our Liars Hall of Fame. Yeah, your picture's the first one in there. Liars Hall of Fame. Now watch them steal that. Because that's all Christians do is steal. They ain't never had an original idea in their life. They steal, and their justification is because their Bible teaches them to confiscate things and use it in the name of the Lord. Everything to the glory of the Lord. So that's their justification. They have the strangest, subtle, deviant rationales that they use to do things that people of good standing and of acceptable values identify and designate as stealing, as appropriating, as taking without permission, as misrepresenting, as misdefining, as miseducating and misleading. And this is what they do. I mean, to me, they are literally the arbiters of falsehood. I call them the children of Satan. I really do. I mean, Satan is part of their worldview, but so they understand that language, but that's what I call them. You know, they say Satan is a liar. So what does that make you, Alfredo Valentin and Vince Bantu? If you lied, literally lied, do I got to bring up the film? Do I got to bring up the video where you said out of your mouth, and then you got that idiot speech from Arrested Development over there co-signing everything that you said? So fascinated with everything coming out of your lying mouth? Well, you know, I've always been of the opinion that stupidity resonates with stupid people. And like I told you, I will speak denigratingly because I have a lot more room for growth. I have a lot more room to evolve and for evolution. But I'm honest about it. Okay? That's the thing. I don't try to pretend to be something I'm not. Okay? Yeah, and I didn't say that tongue in cheek. And so I just wanted to bring that up. Like, how are you still running around social media debating ancient Christianity or the Egyptian origins of Christianity or the lack thereof when you still haven't been held accountable? You have not even conceded publicly that you lied. And that's what Christians do. They lie. And when you catch them in a lie, they just keep on like nothing happened. Like, they have a big sign on their head with a cross saying nothing to see here. Well, what about the fact that you lied? You and Vince Bantu. You both lied. He lied first, and then you parroted what he said, and I came on here, and it's still on YouTube. It's still on YouTube, bro. It's still on my platform. It's still on my channel. In fact, I'm going to repost it so that people can see it again. Every time we catch you in a lie, and we document it, I'm talking about thorough documentation. They just walk on. They do the Jesus whistle. Nothing to see here, and they jump to the next subject. No. Back up. You gotta be held accountable for this. And you have to sit in front of a camera, Alfredo Valentin, and look in front of the camera and explain to your congregation, to your fellow Christians, to your fellow apologists, to the Black community at large, and to the conscious community, and to the Kemetic community, and to your children, and to your wife, and to your church, Christ Church. Explain why you lied. Now, we know why you lied. Lying in Christianity is like a fish and water. They go together. So we know why you lied. But you should still have you say you want to be so Christ-like. Well, if you want to be Christ-like, what did Christ say? I did not come to bring peace. So we know you didn't come to bring peace. He said, I came to bring a sword. So we know that you're violent. He said, I will turn daughter-in-law against mother-in-law, son against father, right? And that he will make members of the household enemies. So we know that you preach a broken family doctrine. So that's what you say you want to be Christ-like. That's what it says in your book. I'm not making it up. Go look it up. I've already put it on the screen. Go look at Isis, a virgin, the preceding ride that I did before this. So anyway, glad to be here. See, another thing too, y'all don't know what I go through to get here, to get to this seat, to this point, to be able to present. Y'all will never freaking imagine. It takes days to get myself psychologically worked up to prepare psychologically, constitutionally, because this takes, you have no idea the kind of, for lack of a better word, for an understatement, the kind of energy this takes, because you have to be on point from the time you open to the time you close. Doesn't matter if your bum is hurting. Doesn't matter if your feet hurt. Doesn't matter if you're tired, if you're hungry, if you got to go to the bathroom. None of that stuff matters. You got to come and be prepared to do the job. And so here I am. Here we is. Here we are. So here we go. Oh, no question about it. Oh, no question about it. Yeah, no question about it. I appreciate that, India. Thank you so much. Facts, right? Y'all don't get to do that. Y'all don't get to run from platform to platform like you still got a point to prove. First, go back and address how you got busted. Where's the character? Where's your character? Where's your integrity? You just think people got short memories. This is not your average African American community that thinks episodically, right? One of our ambassadors of Africa is the great elephant, and elephants have an eternal memory. You understand that? Yeah, you understand that? Elephants have an eternal memory. As Africans, we are supposed to personify that. We are supposed to embody that. Do you understand? Do you understand? As Africans, we are supposed to embody that. We don't play that, we don't play that, oh yeah, he said it, and now we just gonna move on to the next thing. We don't get distracted easily. You understand what I'm saying? We don't get distracted like that. We're not the kindergarten crew. We remember Alfredo and Vince Bantu. As a professor, as far as I'm concerned, you should be fired. Running around social media, miseducating people. You don't even have enough integrity as a Christian to be embarrassed. As long as you can stand there and tout your party line, you're like Republicans. As long as you can stand there and tout your party line, you don't care if it conforms with facts. Remember, you are the party of the alternative facts. And here's why that's important. I've been doing a lot of deep diving into very early Christianity. And I go to what I consider to be their best scholars, who I'm going to be introducing you to on this platform. And because you don't always just want to be refuting and debating the dummies or the special education. I don't want to be dumping on special education people. I always tell people I'm probably special education. I don't even know it. But they say about idiot savants, right? Who knows? But yeah, facts. So I just wanted to remind him of that. You don't get to run around with your Jesus chest all puffed out. You still wearing that L around your neck. So we're going to take the crucifix off your neck, Alfredo Valentin, and we're going to put a big L for the L you took on that lie you told about no plagiarism in antiquity. Oh, it wasn't a thing. You look stupid as the day is long saying that. And I wish somebody here would make a video about it, about how he got busted and was made to look stupid. And let him know, because we have to begin to send stronger messages. It's not just about, oh, let me listen to Shakka. It's let me listen to Shakka and see what I can do with the information he is imparting and exposing people to. What can I do to help advance that message? What can I do to help spread? It's because it's light. Knowledge is light. Ignorance is darkness. And if we are in the business of light, then let's do our job. Okay? Let's do our job. Let's do it effectively. As the people, like I said, well, let's get to it. Because I'll be on my soapbox. But it's black soap. My black soapbox, right? So, before I forget, because Jay will not let me hear the end of it if if I forget this.
On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these niggas wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these niggas wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these niggas wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, but I ain't never alone. I got these niggas wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
Hey, welcome to Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. I'm your host, and what we are doing is basically educating our community, our families, our children. And I'm going to show you some images, not this evening, but I'm going to show you some images of the transformation that has really taken place in the Black community with respect to families, Black families outgrowing the Bible education that has been, stuffed down our throats here in this country from day one, either directly or indirectly, and how they have really embraced ancient Kemet down to their children. And it is proliferating so much that one can't help but sympathize and empathize, if you will, to a degree with the Christian community, because they're losing ranks. Truth has a disintegrative element to it. Once it takes hold of you, and once you really get a good grasp of it, once you realize it and understand it, it tends to disintegrate all of the other falsehoods that it encounters and comes in contact with, which doesn't always make life easy. Because once you are confronted with truth, it tends to have a multiplying effect, so that it's not just addressing one falsehood. Like, we can start with ancient Egypt and Christianity, but then once that frequency begins to advance itself, it's not going to stop there. It's going to force you to confront a whole lot of other things that have nothing to do with religion, things that might have to do with your finances, things that might have to do with you as a parent, you as a brother, you as a son, you as a man, you as a woman, you as a friend, you as an enemy, as an adversary, you as a teacher, you as a student, you as a worker, you as a mentor, right? You just as a person. And that's the dynamic and most, I guess, memorable thing about truth. It's not going to stop at your comfort zone. And so it's going to force you, if you have enough courage, it's going to force you to confront things about yourself you wouldn't normally otherwise confront. And it doesn't mean that you're going to understand everything going on in you right away. These things take time. Your understanding will be commensurate with your growth, right? Because until you grow in your understanding, you haven't really understood it. That goes for all of us. And so it can be a very scary thing. I just watched a video the other day about a woman who just left Christianity, and to use her words, she's recently woke up, and it caused her to understand why so many Christians feel threatened by the idea of waking up out of that historical stupor, that not even a historical stupor. Well, it is a historical stupor, but waking up out of the you know what it is, what they call the great lie, right? One minute you don't know that, but that's one of the terms of Christianity. It's called the great lie. So you know what I think is really interesting before we go on? Something I just discovered recently. One of the most, I'm going to do an episode on it, strictly on this. I'm going to do an episode strictly on Christian scholarship, because the term is an oxymoron in and of itself. Christian scholarship, see, there's a difference between Christian scholarship and scholarship about Christianity. Those are two different things. Those are two different things. And what you're going to find in Christian scholarship is there's a problem. The problem with Christian scholarship is that all of the scholars in Christian scholarship are Christians. Right? How much objectivity can you expect to be brought to bear on the subject matter? How much real scholarship can you expect to encounter? That's like asking a crackhead about the bad side of crack. Right? What is the crackhead going to say? Oh, no, it's wonderful, it's great. Or it's, or an nymphomaniac, hey, what's the downside of sex? What's the bad side of sex? They ain't got nothing bad to say about it. Right? What next? Can you imagine? That's like all of the scholars on white supremacy being white supremacists. and the Christians are too stupid to even get and understand this concept. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. So all of the scholars that they read are Christians. And you think you're reading scholarship about Christianity? That's hilarious. I think that is the funniest. That has got to be, to me, I mean, I think differently than other people, but critical thinking I'm not allergic to. And I don't think that requires critical thinking to get what I'm saying and understand. You understand what I'm saying? It's insane. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a song, On My Own, Looking Back. My mother's favorite song of mine. I think it is that one, and Hard to Love, which I don't think many of you have heard. There's some versions I know you haven't heard, which I'm certainly going to put out. Appreciate you. Love you, India. I really do. India, I'm going to give you a call. We have to speak up by phone one of these days. Absolutely. Okay. So here we go. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, shout out to the people to the UK. Absolutely. Shout out to people. They're watching from the UK. They're watching from Memphis, Tennessee. They're watching from wherever you're from. Go ahead and put it in the chat. I want to see where you're from. Absolutely. I want to see where you're from. So absolutely. Yeah, vocab as well. He talks a lot of smack. He wanted to see me on side of the TV face to face. I had issues that I had to deal with at the time, but I'm like, I'm available. Invite me on your platform. All these platforms, the man is always in front of a camera. He got StreamYard. He's got Zoom. You can't say, oh, Shaka, come on my platform so we can get it popping. What you scared of? You don't want the opportunity to body Shakka-Ahmose on camera in front of your audience of all? I mean, that would be like a wet dream to a Christian. You understand? So, you'd be able to say you have bragging rights. I bodied Shakka-Ahmose. And look, and you can put it on repeat. Invite me to your platform. I'm sitting here waiting for the invitation. Damon Richardson, Eric Mason, Vince Bantu, Adam Coleman, who ran from the debate, the Horace Jesus debate with me, only wanted to discuss his article in the book. Like I could care less about his article. I didn't read his article. It wasn't about what I teach about, right? I mean, if your knowledge is that limited, then you should just stay out of the conversation, Adam, right? Mr. Jesus Sneakers. Okay. Hey, the Queen City. What is the Queen City? I don't even know what that is. What is the Queen City? What's that? London? I don't know. Right? Because she ain't no queen to me. All right? Absolutely. Here we go. Shay, we got people watching in Jamaica from Yard. Yeah, we got our Yard people. We got our Kentucky people in here. That's what's up. That's what's up. Okay? That's what's up. Hey, Mohoye. What the saying? Absolutely. We got Yarmpe in the house. Absolutely. Okay? So let me take a picture of that for my mother. So that way, because well, most of you know, my mother is in West Africa. That's where she lives. Okay. Hey, shout out to Philly in the house. Absolutely. Yeah, the Jesus sneakers never get old. And they got some new ones. They got some new Jesus sneakers that came out. I'm going to put them on the screen. Not this evening, but yeah, I'm going to put them on the screen. So let's get started. And as always, I got to give a shout out to my brother, Sonetta. I just have to do that and the platform. That's just a show of respect. You know what I'm saying? And I think that as a people, we need to show each other more respect and more love. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows that, that's where I started on his platform. And we had a wonderful time, But like MJ went from Motown to Epic. Right? So he certainly tries. Sonetta tries to be a good dude. Absolutely. Oops. Somebody said Sonetta's a good dude, and I said that he certainly tries. Like all of us. Hold on one second, people. All right. Hopefully it'll stay on. All right, cool. So love you back. Absolutely. Mahoye will hope to say love you back. Madasi papa. Madasi papa. Absolutely. Right? We just want to give a shout out to the Nkrumah spirit in the house. Absolutely. He's not ever forgotten. Kwame Nkrumah. Okay. So let's get it popping. Here we go, people. Okay. Enough with that. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's do what we came here to do. Hold on. I'm like, is my eyesight that bad? All right. Okay. So, oops. How'd that happen? I don't know how that happened. So, this is it. Christianity, the bastard child of its African mother, ancient Egypt. Okay, this is what we're here to discuss. Okay, so this is for those of you who my first obligation is to the platform so that I can keep coming back, right? This is when you guys go here, when you go to the Cash App, $ Shakka-Ahmose, when you go there and you make your investment, your support and contribution to the platform, that is what makes it possible for you then to come here, see and hear and receive special things, right? You make the special possible by virtue of your support, of your contribution, and your investment to the platform. And like I tell all people, we're not into poverty preaching. We don't believe that pastors should ride in limousines and live in mansions and be able to take care of their families and send their children to the best universities because they're being paid to lie and miseducate our community, while those of us who teach the truth, who work harder than the pastors, who really sacrifice a lot to be able to do what we do, we shouldn't be expected to teach for free. So this broadcast is not for free. You are expected to pay for this broadcast. But here's the kicker. Don't run. Don't turn it off. Don't change the channel. Here's the kicker. Pay what you want. That's how we establish respect for the platform. That's just as important in hitting like. I need you to give me a thumbs up. I need you to give me the like. But when you go to the Cash App, that's your approval of the platform. That's your way of saying, keep doing this, bro. Come on back. This is what we want. This is what we need. It's a clear statement. You speak with your resources, okay? Because that's what I do. I speak with my resources. Right? The kind of money that I spend on books, the hours that I invest in studying so that I can teach accurately and effectively, that's an investment. It's a sacrifice. So none of it came to me for free. The only thing that came to me for free was being born in the family I was born in, and I had the pleasure, honor, and privilege of literally growing up in the presence of Dr. Ben Yakinen, Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen, Dr. John Henry Clark, and all of the other family, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor James Smalls, who is going to break my legs for not calling him back. But I'm going to, and he has my word on that. Like I said, I'm really just working around this platform to get it up. So my first obligation is to the platform, to the Hieroglyph platform, and I'm putting this up on the screen so that those of you who want to make sure the platform is here, that I always have that motivation and inspiration to come back and do this and the resources to do it with. I show it at the beginning of the broadcast, and I show it at the end of the broadcast. That way we don't have to be interrupted and stop in the middle so we could talk about this. I mean, this is a great subject to talk about because I'm actually going to be doing episodes on money and finance as well. And I'm going to be turning you all onto some really great and wonderful things to help you improve your life. Because at the end of the day, that's what I want this platform to really be about. I want it to be a resource that you can use and come to help improve your life. We're going to talk about food. We're going to talk about brain health. We're going to talk about exercise, but certainly finances and money, because we are taught to not be comfortable to speak about money. We're taught to feel funny to speak about money. It's part of the culture in throughout the Black community. And that's something that we really have to work together at changing. We have to learn to become very comfortable speaking about money, right? Money's a good thing, especially when you really understand it, right? And changing our mindset about it. It's very, very important. Getting rid of that scarcity, poverty mindset and thinking more in terms and in context of prosperity, in context of abundance, and what I like to call reservoir thinking, right? When you have a reservoir of resources, you know that you don't have to worry and hoard and whatever, because you have more than enough, and it's always there. It's like, the Nile River doesn't stop flowing, neither do your resources. They don't stop flowing, right? I know mine aren't going to stop flowing, so, and neither are yours, but it's about your mindset, and that's what we want to change. We want to foster a much healthier mindset in terms of how we think about money. Okay, so I'm gonna be showing you some deep stuff about money in the Egyptian text, because no one spoke to money, wealth, and resources in terms of value like the Kemetic text. They were the best at it. They were the best. And so we're going to be talking about that. It's going to be absolutely awesome. So there you go. $ Shakka-Ahmose, Cash App. And with that said, now we're going to move on. Okay. And my audience is the bomb, so I already know they're going to do the right thing. My audience is rocks. Okay. My audience is not trying to see me compromise. They're not trying to hear me come on and go, well, folks, I'm doing what do they call that? When they raise funds, a GoFundMe. I'm doing a GoFundMe because I wasn't able to pay my maintenance. And there's no food in my fridge, so I'm doing the GoFundMe. Ain't none of that. Or I'm building a school that's never going to be open, so I need you to give me money. Give me more money. Right? I'm going to stand in front of the school, but it ain't never going to be open. So give me more money, more money, more money. Right? Ain't none of that. I don't do that. I'm not selling you courses on how to fix your nationality or any of these crazy things that you people have given these scammers all this money over the years. And it used to make me feel so disheartened. I'm like, I'm sitting here giving these people the truth, like burning my ass off day in and day out. And they're giving all their money to the scammers. I'm just like, what is that? Folks, please. I don't do super chat. I appreciate the super chat, but if you really want to express your gratitude, Cash App is the way to go. Okay. If you can't do that, PayPal. I don't have a problem with that. And sometimes some people, that's all they have is PayPal. So let me help you out with that. For those of you who can only do PayPal, I just wanted to assist you Because sometimes people are really frustrated when they can't show their appreciation. Just go to forevershaka@gmail.com. That's PayPal. You can invest and support through that right there. Okay, so that's done. We're done with that. All right. I promise you too. The conversations we're going to be having about money on here, like many of you may or may not know this, but the last relationship that I was in was with someone who, while we were together, they became a millionaire. And I literally watched what they did, like everything that they went through, everything they subjected themselves to. It's not, first of all, what I've learned, it's going to be different for everybody. Psychologically, physically, emotionally. It's going to be different for everybody. There's some people who are going to want to cut corners, do evil things, wrong things, unfortunate things to get ahead, to get money, you know. And then there are some people who really just want to do it the right way and are really willing to align their actions with their thinking and with their goals and with their values so that it all leads them to a financially healthy place. And the kind of work that you have to do on yourself, because you can't make $1 million with $100 mind. It's not going to happen. You can't make $1 million with $1,000 mind. Why? Because even when you're by the time your thousands begin to accumulate, you're not gonna know how to manage it so that it can take you to $1 million. Right? And so I watched and learned. It was so educational. It really was. Prior to being with my former love interest, well, I can't say former, but my former romantic interest, because I always love her and respect her. And we're still very, very close. Because she's my business manager. You know. Prior to that, I thought I knew a lot about everything. Like I really thought that I was just like Mr. Know-It-All. And after being with her, we were together like I think 3-4 years, about 4 years. And in those 4 years that we were together, it was so educational. Also because she's an academic as well. She was a Ph.D. student at the time. And, to watch someone go through that transformation, how hard they had to be on themselves about certain things, their high points, their low points, and the discipline and the amount of research and study, which I thought was beautiful. I didn't think I'd ever be with someone who actually read as much as I read, if not more. An incredible experience. So, and I'm going to be sharing that was part of the education. It wasn't the whole education. A lot of it is just my own observation about things and studying the ancient Egyptian text and various publications and just being exposed to a lot. And so, at the end of the day, we're all antennas and receivers. You want to make sure that what people are receiving from you is something that on some level is going to help replenish them. It's going to help replenish their pockets. It's going to help replenish their minds and their hearts. And, I think that that's where you derive your greatest value from. And that's what I want my channel to be about. So let's stick it to our Christian brothers and sisters today and show them the error of their ways. And let them know, remember, if Satan is the father of lies, then what does that make you? Okay? If you're lying about Christianity. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So glad to get off of this one. Okay. So I'm going to introduce you to someone, folks. Okay? I'm going to introduce you. Let me make sure I'm not blocking anything, because if so, I'm going to take myself off the screen. So, oh, darn it, I hit the wrong button. My bad. So you get to see me again. Here we go. Share screen. Right? So, here we go. No, here we go. Here we are. So, let me take myself off the screen momentarily. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to introduce you to someone. This is Dr. Karl W. Luckert, Ph.D. Okay? From 1963 to 64, he attended Garrett Evangelical Theological Seminary in, Naperville, Illinois. Okay, here it is right here. Garrett Evangelical Theological Seminary. This is it. Okay, which means that he knows something about theology. He studied theology. Okay, he got his Ph.D. in the history of religion, University of Chicago in 1969. He was the Fulbright professor in 1985 at Aarhus University in Denmark, in Europe. And he's professor emeritus since 1999 at Southwest Minnesota State University. Okay? So he attended Garrett Evangelical Theological Seminary. He got his PhD from the University of Chicago. He was Fulbright professor at Aarhus University in Denver, in Denmark. And he is professor emeritus since 1999 at Southwest Minnesota State University. And his name is Dr. Karl W. Luckert, Ph.D., University of Chicago. Okay? Now, why is this important? Right? And I'm going to leave up the theological seminary that he attended, because one of the mistakes that these Christians keep making is they tend to think that the people that we use as references are ignorant of Christianity, that they have no knowledge of Christianity. And these apologists speak on Christianity as if they somehow, because they have a relationship with Jesus, they are therefore the experts on the history of Christianity, being archaeological, theological, or epigraphical, right? Which we're also going to be going very deep into, because they lie a lot about the epigraphy of early Christianity, and I'm going to bring some awesome documentation on that, and so that's why I leave up the Garrett Evangelical Theological Seminary up there, because these people aren't coming off of the corner of 125th Street. They're not, these aren't bubblegum people with no education, right? That are Christian illiterate, or that are theologically illiterate, or theological illiterate, right? Or theologically illiterate, which was correct the first time. That's not who they are. These are people that have just as much knowledge as the Christian community, if not more. Okay, so let's stop. Let's stop with the games. Let's stop with the games. Okay. Here he is again, and this is his text that we're going to be looking at. It's called Egyptian Light and Hebrew Fire: Theological and Philosophical Roots. Oops. Oh, it went back to the Cash App page for a reason. It's called Egyptian Light and Hebrew Fire: Theological and Philosophical Roots of Christendom and Evolutionary Perspective. Now, remember I said we're going to be going through my library. So we're not going into another book until we're done with this book. So we might go through the presentation, through the broadcast. And by the way, in here, there's a preamble to the broadcast. So it might take us a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month to get through this book. But this is how I want to do this broadcast, so that we are in state. And we're not just jumping from text to text to text to text, which is fine. But some of these texts are so good and so rich that they deserve closer scrutiny. They deserve to be passed back and forth between us, so that we can begin to squeeze out content that doesn't really matter, that's not germane to the subject matter, and we can stay focused. Okay, so the only thing that I do ask is that when I bring up a book like this, that when you purchase the book, as I hope that you will, if you're smart enough to, you will, please use the link in my description, because that also helps to support the platform. It's an affiliate link. And so when you purchase it through the link in my description, you are holding up the platform. So you're doing two things at once. You are educating yourself, you're acquiring your own material, and you are giving the platform buoyancy. Okay? And that's what we want to do. Okay? So, and that's why we're keeping, again, We're keeping Garrett Evangelical Theological Seminary present on both of these pages because we want to remind you that he's not just a Ph.D. from Chicago University of Chicago, but he's also a Fulbright professor at Aarhus and a professor emeritus at Minnesota at Southwest Minnesota State. Okay, let's see here. Now, I mentioned this again, 1986, returned to teaching at South Minnesota State University. And what he taught, now, everything that he taught in, he's an expert in. That's why his classes are listed this way. So I'm going to do something for a moment so you can get an idea. I'm going to share my screen and show you his academic background because I think it's very rich and you need to know who's speaking to you when they're sharing things with you. Okay, it's really important. So I'm going to stop the screen. We're going to share and we're going to go. I'm going to find out if I can share without stopping the screen because that would really be cool if I could. But here we go. So I'm going to share this with you. This is a page that I found that really elucidates his background, his academic background. So let's take a look at it for a second. Okay. I don't want to go through the whole thing because you could do that on your own, but it does mention here his Evangelical Theological Seminary, Natchville, Illinois, at Garrett, right? It mentions here a University of Chicago, History of Religions, says who his professors were, says he's got his PhD, right? And shows what his thesis was. What else? It mentions that he was assistant professor, Humanities Department at North Arizona University, visiting lecturer, Religion Department, North Central College, Naperville, Illinois, National Endowment for the Humanities Research Fellow, University of Oklahoma, Honorary Research Associate in the Museum of Northwestern Arizona, Rockefeller Foundation Humanities Research Fellow, Associate Professor, Department of Religious Studies, South Minnesota State University, full professor in 1982, Fulbright professor, here we go again, Institute of Religious History, Institute of Religion History, right. Fulbright professor, we just read that. Returned to teaching at South Minnesota State University. Now look at his courses that he taught, because these are the courses that he's experts in. That he's an expert in, rather. Forgive me. Okay. Religions of the world, expert. Primitive and prehistoric religions, expert. These other ones, for me, they're irrelevant. American Indian religions, Chinese religions, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, evolution of sacrifice. But these last ones are relevant. Kingship and the gods. He's an expert on 5th century BCE. He taught a course on it. 5th century BCE. And look at the last one. Legacy of Egypt. I repeat it. He taught a course, teaches a course on the legacy of Egypt. Now, this is not a high school dropout or some dummy who doesn't know what he's talking about. So I'm showing you this. Remember I said in one of my last interviews, they will call what I'm doing an appeal to authority. And I always say, that is one logical fallacy I will commit in a heartbeat. I will appeal to authority in a heartbeat. Why? Because the one thing Christians like to do is they like to create a deafening silence on what experts say about their religion. You understand? And my whole thing is, what's the point of having a conversation about something if you are not going to consult those people who are experts at what the subject matter is? What's the point? What's the point? Unless you just want to hear yourself talk, right? So let's look at this. I'm going to try this. Nah, you can't do it. Darn. Gee willikers. So, something I have to do very, very quickly. This is very important. This is very important. Do you remember when a moment ago I reminded you that, do you remember a moment ago I reminded you? Yeah, I reminded you a moment ago that Alfredo Valentin, BK apologist, and Professor Vince Bantu lied about plagiarism in the ancient world. And I reminded you that we busted them. We busted them. 100%. Documentation speaks for itself. So you know what that makes that lie? We gotta put the stamp on it. Another shattered Christian lie. That's what that is. No plagiarism in the ancient world. Stop telling your congregation that lie. Black people in your congregation deserve more respect than that. Just tell them the truth. Plagiarism was absolutely, and so was forgery. Plagiarism and forgery were absolutely parts of the ancient literary industries, the ancient book industry. Absolutely 100%. Okay, so stop telling that lie in order to protect your biggest lie, which is the Jesus lie. All right, the Bible lie. Stop doing that. It's currently 2022. Somebody may be watching this years from now. We just want them to know that by this time, yes, they were still actually lying. Just like people don't own computers. People can't research something at the drop of a hat. Like real, genuine research. You know? Like, I mean, you're going to have to, look, your lies need to change, or the standard of your lying as Christians should change with the technology. Lie about things that can't be so easily refuted with just a few hits of a button. That's all we're saying. Make us work a little harder because, you know, come on. With that many shattered lies laying all over the floor, nobody's going to be able to walk barefoot throughout the Black community, and certainly not in your churches. Hope you got a first aid kit in your churches. Oh, no, I forgot. You guys are obsessed with blood. The blood. Bunch of vampires. The blood. Okay. So, hold on one second. So let's get back to it, right? So we just looked at his academic pedigree and background. I don't think we have to wonder. I think we could. It's pretty safe to assume that Dr. Luckert is someone who can certainly be given consideration of being listened to. Okay, because this is the stuff your pastors don't want you to see, and your apologists don't want you to see. Okay. So yeah, we had to let that be known about that shattered Christian lie. So now we're inside the book. Okay. Egyptian Light, Hebrew Fire, Theological and Philosophical Roots of Christendom in Evolutionary Perspective by Dr. Karl W. Luckert, Ph.D. All right. Now, look who's publishing it. This is not published by Random House or by Penguin Books or by some obscure Christian press. This is published by the State University of New York. State University of New York, SUNY, Series in Religious Studies, right? Harold Cower, editor. Why? Because this was a textbook in the class. You see? They don't tell you. This is what they're teaching at the university level. This was a textbook in the class. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Well, you didn't take Dr. Luckert's class. You didn't take Dr. Luckert's class. But this is what they're teaching at the university level. This is not some, little Borders book, right? This is an academic textbook, particularly if you're in that professor's class. SUNY, State University of New York. Okay? Oh, and by the way, another Christian lie that we shattered in the last one that we're going to shatter again in this one, I want you to pay attention to the date that this was published. So that every time we catch them in a lie about dates, I'm going to hit that another shattered Christian lie. Because they love to tell you that the Kemetic community gets everything that they say and think from some YouTube video called Zeitgeist that was published in the 2000s. And that everything in Zeitgeist comes from some 19th century scholars. We shattered that in the last broadcast. Was Isis a virgin? Right? We shattered that. That's a shattered Christian lie. But we're going to continue to shatter that lie in this broadcast. Because this book, according to the inside jacket, right, was published in 1991. 91. Not in the 19th century. So if anything this professor says and documents for us, if in his textbook, if it happens to coincide with the claims made by 19th century ancient Egypt enthusiasts like Gerald Massey, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, and Godfrey Higgins, right? If what he says happens to coincide, you got a problem, because this is being taught at the end of the last century. That's not that long ago. 1991 is not that long ago. I know. I remember what I was doing in 1991. I was hanging out on the West Coast, California. In fact, I was living in Santa Monica, hanging out on Venice Beach and partying in Marina Del Rey and Baldwin Hills. Yes. I was hanging out with the black glitterati of Hollywood. Absolutely. I was at Danny Glover's birthday party and hanging out with people that actually knew Bruce Lee and all kind of wonderful things. That's what I was doing in 91. I was in Long Beach too, and got a lot of love there. I have a lot of affection for the West Coast. I think they get a bad rap because I just think they get a bad rap. If you give people on the West Coast a chance, you'll find some pretty decent people out there. Really decent, good people who aren't caught up in the illusions of Hollywood and Beverly Hills and all of that. But anyway, this book came out in 91. So the Christian community has a problem with the lies that they're perpetuating about Zeitgeist and YouTube and all this other silly stuff. This was a textbook in 1991 in the State University of New York, and most likely still is. Okay? So, let's continue. Now, this is the back jacket of the book. Oh, and by the way, I told you that we're going through my personal library. This is the back jacket of the book right here. Why? Because here's the book. Here's the book. See it? See, my cover's all off. I actually read mine. Okay? Theological and Philosophical Roots of Christendom and Evolutionary Perspective. I didn't come here to play with y'all. These Christians lie on a level that you couldn't begin to imagine. That's why I am the way I am. People think, oh, Shaka, you're just being a bully. Or Shaka, you're just, I don't know what people think, but hey, Felicia. Oh, awesome. Okay. Glad to see you here. It's been a long time. That's right. Shattered. You damn right. Shattered. Absolutely. Okay. Damn right. Shattered. So you can just go to my website, Shakka-Ahmose.com, for those of you who want to get my book, Codex Game Over. Let me help you out with that. You can just go to my website. Someone asked, so Eric asked, so I just wanted to help you guys out with that. Here you go. Just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. And I didn't put the link in, but if you just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com, you'll see the book Codex Game Over. Or you can go to Amazon, Amazon.com, and get it from there as well. In fact, yeah, go to Amazon. That way I don't have to do any work sending it. I'm too busy studying. Okay? But, so, yeah, you're going to trip. If you haven't read this book, you're going to trip. You're going to trip. I read it, like I said, I read it in 91 when it first came out. Why? Because I was spending a lot of time in the State University of New York. So it was kind of like at my fingertips, and I had it. I was surprised to hear my brother Salim Faraji mention it in one of his presentations, and that's probably why I never referenced it. I don't like to reference books that other scholars reference before I get a chance to, because I don't want to give people the wrong impression that, oh, you know, Shaka got this from that particular scholar. And there's nothing wrong with it, even if that was the case. It's just that I just don't want to give that impression. I try to keep my stuff as original as possible. But I think some books, whether they're mentioned by other scholars or not, deserve to be presented, because you never know how effective, you know, every scholar is different with how they affect people. Okay? How they affect people, rather. Okay? So yeah, this is the text that we're in today. Okay? And we're going to be in probably for the rest of the month, I'm presuming. I don't know. Because there's a preamble to the broadcast, to the presentation. So let's look at the back of the book and see what it says, right? We're going to come back to this because I think that I highlighted each one. I certainly did. And I don't want to have to try to read them from here. Let me see. Because if I do, I don't want you guys to see me squinting, right? Let's see. Do I have glasses close by? Yeah, I do. All right, cool. So we're going to read the back of the jacket, because I think what it says on the back of the jacket and who is saying it is important. Okay? So we're going to look at each one of these. We're going to look at each one of these. You see here, this is by Hugo Meinel, this comment of the University of Calgary, right? This is the next one is by Garth Alfred from the University of Washington, Professor Garth Alfred. This one, here, let's go here. This one, because you want to see what their peers say. It's not just about the author. What does his peers say, right? This is from Bart L. Mack from Claremont Graduate School, which I think Salim Faraji, Dr. Faraji could appreciate. And this is from Karl. This is from. This is just. Oh, okay, it's not a comment. So we have 1, 2, 3 comments we're going to look at by 3 people. Hugo A. Meinel, University of Calgary, Garth Alfred, University of Washington, and Burton L. Mack, Claremont Graduate School. All right? So we're going to look at their comments and see what they have to say about the book. This is important. It's all part of the presentation so you can learn. And stop letting people lie to you about what has actually transpired with respect to the relationship between ancient Egypt and Christianity. All right, so let's look at it. All right, or as they say, I forgot who said it. Let's get at it. I love that. Oh, he used to say that when he was on CNN. Chris Cuomo. Let's get after it. Right. I used to get angry because I'm like, how you gonna take my saying, bro? You know, that's what I say. I say let's get after it. Okay, so let's get after it. All right. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Here we go. Let's get after it. Let's see what they're saying about this book. What has been said about it by his peers. Oh, and then the last person. Oh, here it is. Okay, I mentioned them already. For some reason, I have it larger here. So Burton L. Mack says, Dr. Luckert is constructive, teasy, honest, and enlightening. Constructive, honest, and enlightening. Okay? That means that this professor was learning things he didn't know about until he read this book. Okay? That's Mack. And this is Meinel. So let's look at Meinel. Okay? Dr. Meinel. Let's see what he had. Let's see who he is first. We're not just going to read comments, people. We're thorough in our scholarship. Who is this man that is going to make a comment about this book? Dr. Hugo Meinel, Ph.D., Cambridge University. Hugo Anthony Meinel, 23rd March 1936. Meinel Langley, Derbyshire, England, is an English academic and author. He was educated at Eton and King's College at the University of Cambridge, right? Not the local city college. University of Cambridge, where he obtained his Ph.D. He was elected a member of the Royal Society of Canada in 1993 and is listed in the Canadian Who's Who. After completing his graduate work, Dr. Meinel taught at the University of Leeds before moving to the University of Calgary in 1981. He has written 13 academic books and numerous peer-reviewed articles, as well as regular book reviews in the Haythrop Journal and similar publications. Meinel describes himself as a Christian rationalist, so he is a Christian in the tradition of Thomas Aquinas. He has an evangelical outlook and sympathy for British and American Protestantism. Now, why is this important? Because if you let these idiot Christians on YouTube, on True ID and these other intellectually insignificant platforms, they will have you think that everything that we're saying about ancient Egypt and Christianity is coming from the conscious community. They're obsessed with the conscious community. I don't know why. I could care less about the conscious community personally, but our first loser is in here. Just give me 1 second, people. Okay, cool. Problem solved. So here's the thing. They will have you think that everything that we talk about as far as ancient Egypt and Christianity, they will have you think it all comes from the conscious community and it all comes from zeitgeist. Okay? Now, this man I just showed you who's leaving a comment about the book is an evangelical professor. Huh? He's an evangelical professor who classifies himself and identifies as a Christian rationalist. He is a Christian, people. Bona fide, straight-up Christian who happens to be a professor who was a graduate of Cambridge University. Okay? This is not somebody from around the way leaving a comment on the book. So let's stop with the games. This is scholarship this is a scholar leaving a comment about or documenting a comment about the scholarship of Dr. Luckert. So let's stop with the games. Okay? Because that's all you're going to get on True ID and all these other Christian dummy channels. Okay? That's what I call them, Christian dummy channels. Okay? And what did he say about the book? Come on. I'm not going to even read it. I'm going to leave it up on the screen for you to read it yourself. I'm not going to even read it. I'll give you a few minutes to read it. Go ahead. What did he say? That way we don't have to play games. Can you see what he said? Go ahead and read it. I'm not going to read it. Go ahead and read it. You can read. Because they're going to say, oh, Shakka's just making it up. Shakka's just making it up. Oh, it's from YouTube. It's from Zeitgeist. It's from Helena Blavatsky. I told you, the only thing a Christian knows how to do is lie. They do not know how to do anything else. How do I know? I used to be a Christian. That's how I learned. They taught me how to lie. I went around preaching all that Bible stuff too. Yes, I did. I told my mother, all her friends and all her colleagues and peers like Dr. Ben and John, I said, they're all racist and I don't want nothing to do with it. That's what I said when I was 17, 18. 16, 17, 18, yep. Until I got older and realized that they were 100% correct. How did I realize that? I started studying the Bible as a Christian. But fortunately for me, I had the childhood that I had. And I remembered all the stuff that Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark had said and my mother had said and all her peers and colleagues. And I was like, wait a minute, there's a bigger story here they're not telling in the Bible. And that's what led me back into the family, into the sacred I bet. So you had enough time to read it. You see what the man said. This is a devout Christian professor. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. This is what he said. Okay, since I messed up, I'll read it. He said, it presents an original thesis and supports it with a remarkable array of erudition. You know what erudition means? It means scholarship. Okay? Did you hear what the Christian professor said about the book? Because I don't want y'all to think I'm just coming up here with some bubblegum bullshit literature. I don't do that. I'm bringing you scholarship, not scholarship. They go show you scholarship. Christian scholarship written by Christian professors. That's what they show you. How can that be scholarship? Okay? You heard what he said. Let's read it. Let's go through it again. What did he say? It presents an original thesis and supports it with a remarkable array of erudition. Its main thesis is that Christianity owes a great deal to ancient Egyptian religion, a debt which has been almost universally overlooked. Now, that's another lie these Christians. Now, there he lied. That was a lie. And I got to say that was a lie. One thing about Christians that I learned, and if you ever want to learn about Christianity, I'm the person you want to come to. Because I've studied them for years. The one thing I can tell you about them is that their lies are never original. They don't know how to, they're not creative. That's why they had to steal everybody's religion. They tell the same lie over and over and over again. How has the relationship between ancient Egypt and Christianity been universally overlooked? Pastor Mason said they've been talking about it since the 19th century. So they pretend like it's brand new. They do this every year. They pretend like nobody's ever said this. They pretend like every time somebody comes out and says it, it's a brand new thing. He said universally overlooked. So this is what Christians do. They take their ignorance, and because something is brand new to them, and he's never heard it before, now that his colleague and his peer, who he has to respect, is saying it, he said, oh, it's been universally overlooked. We never heard this before. Well, you know what that statement is when they say it's been universally overlooked? And we're going to end that statement for once and for all, because we all know it has not been universally overlooked. I'm going to tell you what that is. That's what that is. It's another shattered Christian lie. And they're going to tell it again. 5 years from now, some Christian professor is going to say, wow, it's been universally overlooked that there's a relationship between ancient Egyptian religion, and Christianity. So why is he saying it's been universally overlooked? If Massey said it, Alvin Boyd Coons said it, Dr. Ben said it, Dr. Clark said it, Shakka-Ahmose has been saying it, everybody's been saying it. Everybody. But now this professor, this Cambridge-educated professor, in fact, professors at Cambridge University have been saying it for years. In fact, one of them I could quote right now, Dr. Martin Bernal, who graduated from Cambridge University. I got a whole thing I'll be showing you on what he said about Christianity and where it came from. Yes, there is an abundance of scholarship, but something I learned about Christian scholars and what they do. See, part of their power is through, these are very dangerous people. They psychologically subvert reality and truth by definition and appropriation, and then misrepresentation. It's a cycle. That's how they work. And so, why would he say it's been universally overlooked? At what point? If Celsus said it, and the early church father Origen wrote about it in the 2nd century. No, he wrote about it in the 3rd century, right? Origen wrote about it in the 3rd century, but it was said in the 2nd century by Celsus, a Greek philosopher, a Stoic, or Neoplatonist, I forget which one. He said, and Origen quoted him, that Jesus hired himself out as a servant to Egypt, where he learned everything that he learned. And that he then went back to Palestine and presented himself as a god. So how is it being universally overlooked if the early church father documented and it was said back in the 2nd century CE? This is what I mean when they literally repeat the same fucking lie over and over and over again. Literally. And we just let them do it. That's crazy. To me, that's just strange. But you know what they depend on? Black people and episodic short memory. Because you don't educate your children about this. You don't educate your girlfriend, your wives, your husbands, your sons, your brothers. No, you just move on to the next thing. And then generationally, we got to start all over again. Got to start the process all over again. So every few generations, what you get one black person in a whole black family who wakes up. 2 black people who come out of the Christian matrix and wake up. And then they got to go to war with the rest of their community and their family on these issues. And these are not small issues because they impact a whole lot of other things. They destroy families. Why? Not because of the people who wake up, but because of the Christian doctrine of exclusivity. Which religion is a more humane religion? Which religion is a more humanistic religion? A religion that says, oh, you can bring your God into our family and we can add him to our gods? Or no, my God and my God alone. That's an intolerant religion. That's dictatorship. That's religious fascism. My way or the highway. And they think that what they have is superior. That's why I say all Christians are little Constantines. They're all little Roman emperors. That's why they want to dictate to you what to believe. They want to dictate to you what to believe and what to think. They're all little mini dictators. Every last one of them. The black females are the worst ones in that milieu. These black female apologists, they're the ones that disgust me the most because I tend to have higher expectations of females when it comes to intelligence. So when I see a black female caught up in that on an apologetics level, I tell you, you're a special kind of stupid. Straight up. I expect it from the males. They stupid. They just dumb. I get that. But from the females, I have high expectations. So when I see these female Christian apologists, I just say, oh no. To me, that's depressing. Because she believes it's been universally overlooked too. Stupid self. I mean, let's tell the truth. Okay? Come on. So let's get back to this lie that this man told. I mean, he's speaking highly about the book and the scholarship, but he lies when he says a debt which has been almost universally overlooked. Then he says about the book, its scholarship is impressive. Now I want you to hear that. That's a Cambridge graduate professor saying that the scholarship in this book is impressive. That's not Shakka-Ahmose saying it. Because what the Christians are going to do, Pastor Eric Mason is going to come along and try to Jesus-splain and Bible-splain this away. And the idiot Christians in their congregations who are watching this, they're going to watch me, right? Oh, that's the other thing too. The apologists, that apologetics community, they don't tell their congregation to go read for yourself if you think that we're lying. So when they sit on stage, which I'm going to show you, when they sit on stage and explain things to their congregations, they just say, as long as they speak on it, it's like their word is the final word. They never say, go check for yourself. That tells you what they're about. They are thought police. They want to police your brain. They want to incarcerate your mind in that Bible. Because if they were teaching you, they would end their sentences with go look for yourself. Research it for yourself. And they would provide the links for you to do it. They don't do that because they're about thought police. Policing your thoughts. Okay? And I take that personal. So he says, Dr. Meynell says, its scholarship is impressive. and it is interesting to read. In fact, it is difficult to put down if one has what? Serious interest in Christian origins or the relation of religion to philosophy. Now, don't stand there and lie. You didn't just hear that Cambridge-educated Christian professor say that this is a serious read if you want to know about Christian origins. Don't stand there and lie, Adam Coleman. Eric Mason with your little crappy-ass degree. Vince Bantu. Come on, Dr. Vince Bantu. I call you no doctor. You're not worthy of a Ph.D. Because you said no facts could change your mind. That means, why are you teaching? You already made up your mind. You are the poster boy of ignorance, Vince Bantu. I have no respect for you at all as a scholar. At all. Zero. Zero. If I can make it zero, let me make that zero bigger. Zero respect for any of you. Because all you do, I have no respect for liars. You've made it your life's mission to lie to the black community. Now, homie, it's a wrap on a level you couldn't even begin to understand. On some real shit. Let's look at it. You heard what he said. It is difficult to put down if one has serious interest in Christian origins. India Ballad, did you see that? Felicia, did you see that? Serious interest in Christian origins or the relation of religion to philosophy. That's a Cambridge-educated Christian professor. So let's not lie about, this is something Shakka-Ahmose is just saying. You're a liar, because that's all Christians know how to do. Dr. Garth Alfred Phd. Who is he? He passed away, but let's see who he was. Garth Alfred, Ph.D., 1974, passed away August 9th, 2005. Now listen to what they said about this man, this Ph.D. professor. Garth's knowledge of Greek and Egyptian literature was truly remarkable. You heard that? His knowledge of Greek and Egyptian literature was truly remarkable, as can be seen firsthand in his paper, A Foreign Eschatological Concept in Homer's Odyssey, published in the Journal of Indo-European Studies. Oh, so this was a serious scholar writing peer-reviewed work. And he's written about in the Classical News from Denny Hall. He was a classicist. You see, the problem with these idiot Christians is that they're not classicists. They don't know the classical world. They're obsessed with one component, Rome. That's it. They're obsessed with Rome because of the relationship between Christians and Rome, and that's all. And they think that they're classicists, but they're not. They're idiots when it comes to the classical world. And that's why every time somebody who's an expert in the classical world comes out and busts their ass with literature, they don't have any comeback. They just go one on their platforms and they live in an echo chamber to reinforce what they say. So let's continue. So let's see what he had to say about the book. He said, now remember, this is somebody whose knowledge of Greek and Egyptian literature was truly remarkable. He said, my overall impression is that Egyptian light and Hebrew fire will make a strong impact on our previous interpretations and understanding regarding the uniqueness of Judeo-Christian society. And you notice they put uniqueness in quotes. I want to stop for a second. That's important. He highlighted that word uniqueness for a reason. I just read a PhD dissertation where the person who received their PhD stresses in the first chapter of the paper that they warn Christians to stop stressing the uniqueness of Christianity. Because once you study the classical world in a meaningful way, you will realize there was nothing unique about Christianity. And the things that made Christianity unique are the things that make it an inferior religion, are the things that make it a harmful religion. It's not the things that make Christianity unique are not the things that make it good. There's nothing about it that makes it good about it. When did intolerance become good? There are some things that should not be tolerated, right? Child abuse should not be tolerated. And things related to it shouldn't be tolerated. What else? Indiscriminate licentious murder shouldn't be tolerated, right? Abuse of anybody or of anything shouldn't be tolerated because it leads to a less than desirable situation for the rest of the world. So deceit and falsehood should also not be tolerated, right? False indoctrination should not be tolerated. Occult behavior, cult misinformation and miseducation should not be tolerated. Not if it does not have to be. We have enough stumbling blocks in this life to get past than to entrap people's minds in a maze of falsehood that they have to spend the rest of their life coming out of. Okay, so let's look. What did he say? He said, a strong impact on our previous interpretation and understanding regarding the uniqueness, quote unquote, of Judeo-Christian society. Although there have been studies on related topics in the past, and I want y'all to remember that, because when I do the whole presentation on the uniqueness of Christianity or lack thereof, I'm going to bring this back, and I want y'all to remember that I quoted this. Although there have been studies on related topics in the past, this work presents a good overall perspective and still maintains attention to detail. I think it would also be a wonderful textbook for what? An upper division class in comparative religion. Did you hear that? Do you know what the upper division class is? This is for the dummies in the audience. Because I know ain't no Christians know anything about an upper division class. An upper division class are for those people who really study at that level. He recommended, this is a man who's steeped in a PhD, steeped in classics, who recommended this literature for an upper division class. And then you're going to have some little dumb Christian that doesn't know jack shit about the classic world is going to come and try to Jesus-splain and Bible-splain these recommendations away. And only an idiot would let them do it. But there are, one thing I can tell you about religious communities, chock full of idiots. When it comes to religion and history, particularly history, chock full of idiots. Okay? Or should I say chock full of the historically illiterate. There we go. Better language. I'm trying. Okay? So, let's continue. Very quickly. Hold on one second. I think this next one I'm going to enjoy. I just want to take a quick look in the chat to make sure we don't have any interlopers in here that would just like to disrupt and distract. So just doing a quick one. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're good. Oh, here we go. Hopefully I blocked this person. Pretty sure I did. But if not, they are now. Okay, yeah, they're blocked already. All right, cool. All right. So it's not up. What's not up? So I hope whatever I was trying to show got shown. Somebody said it's not up. So hopefully it got shown. Okay. All right. Okay, so good. I'm just letting you guys keep me on track. So I'm just reading your comments to make sure everything. Okay. Trisha Perry, you bugging out up in here, girl. Can God? Trisha Perry, the first thing you need to do, calm down, sis. Calm down. Okay? Educate yourself first. Once you educate yourself, then the answers will come to you. If you believe in God like you say you do, you don't need nobody between you and God. Okay? Stop letting people place themselves between you and God. With a story, with some doctrine, with some feel good, whatever. Just, if you believe in God like you say you do, know you have a direct relationship with God, and that any answers that you need will come from God. Wait on God. Don't wait on these idiots thumping the Bible in your face. Wait on God. God will talk to you direct. Straight direct. No book necessary. If God needs a book to reach you, then I can't say that that's necessarily God. Okay? All right. Now, especially when most people in the ancient world were illiterate anyway. And that should tell you who the books really came from. It came from a class of priests and those people who benefited from the publishing of books. Okay? People who made money in the book industry in the ancient world. That's who produced all of this stuff. Okay? So let's get back to it. So now we're looking at the last comment to be made on the book. This is Burton L. Mack. Okay? He is an authority on early Christianity and a lecturer at the University of Judaism. Okay? The University of Judaism became well known early on for its outstanding teacher training. So he's not just a regular teacher. He came from a university known for outstanding teacher training and adult education programs, and highly regarded as a Jewish-affiliated academic institution that welcomes students of different backgrounds and beliefs. Burton L. Mack is Wesley Professor Emeritus of Early Christianity at Claremont School of Theology, pioneering the study of Christian origins. This is documented by Yale University Press. I don't think y'all understand the level of scholarship that we're looking at on just the people commenting on the book. I told you, I don't mess around when it comes to books. I don't play with books. You see these little idiots? They never take you through this process when introducing you to literature. They just hold something up in front of you and go, or they just read something from whatever, and then they think they're teaching you, or you think you're being taught. Nobody runs down the abundance of pedigrees affiliated or supporting statements and perspectives because they don't respect your mind. And they know you, with all due respect, they know you're too stupid to even ask them for it. You don't say, hold on, wait a minute, bro. Who's saying that? Where is that coming from? Who agrees with it? Who supported it before you even read it to us? Did anybody of any academic standing support what this person said? Or you just gonna read some shit to us and we supposed to just be like, oh, because you read it? No. Make them work for your money. Make them work for it. Force them to do real scholarship when they're showing you stuff. Even if they're going to commit a logical fallacy, like I love committing, appeal to authority. This is one of my many logical fallacies that I indulge in, right? But force them to do it or dismiss them. Ignore them. Now, mind you, so far we're only looking at comments about the book. We ain't even in the book yet. I told you, we're going to slow bleed these Christians. Since they like blood so much, the blood, plead the blood, beg the blood, that we're going to slow bleed them. Okay? So, let's get back to Dr. Mack, Professor Mack. Burton L. Mack is Wesley Professor Emeritus of Early Christianity at Claremont School of Theology. So we think he knows something about theology and Christian theology. And he pioneered the study of Christian origins. So I think he knows something about Christian origins. He knows something about Christian theology, and he knows something about Christian origins, early Christian origins. Mack is active in the Redescribing Christian Origins group of what? The Society of Biblical Literature. Now, why is that important? And why did I highlight that? Because these Bible thumpers like to sit on their little channels. I'm going to give them another shout out. True ID. Right? Conscious Christianity. conscious Christians on Facebook. How the hell are you going to talk smack about the conscious community and then call yourself conscious Christians? Your people steal things from people who you don't even agree with. You talk about the conscious community. Now you're part of the community that you... Weird. Very weird. So he's part of the Redescribing Christian Origins group of the Society of Biblical Literature. Who is the Society of Biblical Literature? Well, let's see. Because we want to see who's commenting on this book. Okay? It says right here, the Society of Biblical Literature is the largest international association of scholars who teach and research the variety of fields that make up biblical studies. The Society of Biblical Literature is an interdisciplinary humanistic academic society. Academic, see that? That includes scholars of history, literature, archaeology, anthropology, theology, and more. Basically, folks, it is a Bible think tank. Okay? It is a Bible think tank of interdisciplinary scholars from every field. These are not dummies. These are usually the people who are at the top of their field in each discipline. And he is a member of this institution and organization. And his particular specialty is redescribing Christian origins. Well, why do Christian origins need to be redescribed? Because they've been lying about them all along. People like Eric Mason, Vince Bantu, Jerome Gay Jr., Adam Coleman, BK Apologist, Damon Richardson, all of them, they lie about Christian origins. That book, A Multitude of People by Vince Bantu, garbage, because all they do is lie. Here you have a Christian think tank of real scholars, the best in every field of their discipline. And he's a member of that group. Let's see what he has to say about it. First of all, let's look at something about the Society of Biblical Literature. Let's highlight something about them. You see this book? Writings of the Ancient World, the Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Text by James P. Allen. Who do you think published this? Look, copyright 2005, the Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Text, Society of Biblical Literature. Did you see that? Hold on. Society of Biblical Literature, the Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Text, James P. Allen. They published it. This is what I mean when I say these Christians are full of shit. Nobody from the conscious community published that book. Dr. Ben didn't publish that book. Helena Blavatsky didn't publish that book. Gerald Massey didn't publish that book. Zeitgeist didn't produce that book. That is the Society of Biblical Literature that published the Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Text, which was edited by Dr. James P. Allen out of the University of Chicago and the Metropolitan Museum of Art here a few blocks away from me in New York. How dare you just lie? Where do y'all think y'all get off lying to people? This is what I want to know. You think everybody in the Black community is stupid? You think everybody in the Black community is historically illiterate? You think nobody in the Black community does consummate homework? That's what you think. Because y'all don't. You Christians. You don't do your homework. Adam Coleman, BK the apologist, you should apologize for presenting yourself as something you're not, a scholar. You're a wannabe. That's why you love my work so much. That's why you like critiquing me. Because nobody can make you think like I can. I see how every time I do a presentation, it don't even be, I don't even have 10 views yet, and they already got it on their channel, Bible splaining it away. Well, good luck with Bible splaining this away. I told you, every presentation, I'm building up towards the good stuff. this isn't even the good stuff. You can't afford the good stuff, but I'm going to give it to you. But you're going to have to earn it by watching each episode and coming on this journey of education. But I promise you, by the time I'm done, you're going to have a whole different perspective on how they lied about Christianity. Whole different perspective. And it's going to be authoritative and documented, verifiable with veracity. Now, my job is not to make Christians believe or disbelieve anything. I don't care what you believe. I'm not talking to people who aren't interested in learning. I have no conversations with those kind of people. They exist all over the world, in every religion and every group, even in the Kemetic community. You have people who are not interested in learning. That's why they repeat a lot of fallacies, say a lot of things that are incorrect. And that includes a lot of Medu Neter speakers. A lot of these guys think that because they read and write Medu Neter, they therefore have the keys to the culture. No, you do not. You will have to relearn what Europeans learned in the 19th century, that philology can only teach you but so much. I will say it again. Philology can only teach you but so much. It's like that geneticist from the Smithsonian Institute. What is his name? It starts with a K. I can't think of what it is. But like he said, DNA says will only tell you but so much about ancient Egypt. Because even that stuff is highly misleading. You understand? He said you'll get far more information from things like cultural anthropology, so forth and so on, paleontology, and so on and so on. So you have to know which avenue to take to get the best information. It's not just about, oh, I'm an expert in this one area, so now I know. No, you don't. No, you don't. And none of these Medu Neter speakers are going to sit here and rewrite the pyramid text for all of us to consult their writings and their interpretations. So I ignore most of what they have to say. I'm not saying that they don't have some interesting things to contribute. They do. And they should be respected for respecting the language. I give them the utmost respect. But a lot of them have to be put in check to let them know, hey, look, philology can only tell you but so much. Why? Because writing is subjective. It's subjective, period. You have to explore the writer's intent. You have to explore the writer's reality. You have to explore a whole lot of things you can't see about the writing. And this is what Christians don't understand about their Bible. So don't make the same mistakes as a subscriber to the world of Kemet that Christians make about Christianity, because then you're going to be equally guilty. And I'm going to have to smash you publicly. Yes, I said what I said. I didn't stutter to my Medu Neter brothers, whom I love and respect, because you ain't the only one studying it. I'm deep in it. I just understand that it's only but so much you can know vis-a-vis Medu Neter. There's a lot you can know, but there's a lot more to get, right? We have a saying in this world, money talks, bullshit. Money didn't just start talking now. Money been talking since it was created. And if you don't know that story of where it was created and how it was created and the role ancient Egypt played in that, you can't have a conversation with me about anything about ancient Egypt. I will smash you with my eyes closed and both my hands tied behind my back. That's on facts. That's on facts. Okay, let's get it. So, the Society of Biblical Literature are the ones who published the ancient Egyptian pyramid text, the updated version by James P. Allen. This is not the outdated version I used for my book, Eric Mercer, or Samuel B. Mercer, right? This is the updated version of the pyramid text, which I used for my updated version of Codex Game Over, which is complete and done. For those of you who are interested in getting it. I did the same thing, collation, the original Egyptian verse right next to the Bible verse so you can see where it came from. Because some of my brothers over at Amun Ra Squad, they tried to doodle on my book and tried to tell people it was poor scholarship. It was inaccurate scholarship. It was not poor scholarship. The inaccuracies are irrelevant. Why? Because I used the earlier complete English translations of the pyramid text by Samuel B. Mercer. The numbering system, the correct numbering system was not in place yet. And there were certain things that he didn't understand about the pyramid text as far as the order that they go in and the groups they belong to. So the number system in my original version of Codex Game Over is obsolete. Can't use it. You can't use it to cross-reference with the modern numbering system. But it doesn't mean that the spirits of the translations were incorrect, because they were not, which I show in the updated version. First, I show you the collation from my original book, Codex Game Over. Then I take you into the updated version of the pyramid text, and I show you the translation that they give there for the same subject matter, and I show you that the one in my original book was absolutely dead on. So shout out to the squad for trying to dump on my book. You failed miserably. Smash. Failed. And I could highlight it and embarrass the shit out of you for doing it. But I'm not. Jonathan Owens, who, by the way, I respect. Let me just say this. I might have beef with my brothers about certain things that they do and certain steps they take, but it doesn't mean that I don't respect them for what they do, because I do. I know I have respect for what they do, because it's not easy. I can't be who I am and then tell you, oh, them dudes are clowns. I don't mess with bullshit. Smash Jonathan Owens, he's one of my heroes. Ujawu, one of my heroes. All of these brothers, Sanjeti, one of my heroes. Definitely, without question. Neb, you know, come on, Nubia, Neb, Lord Neb, you know what's good. You know, Neb Netcher. Yeah. These are my heroes. All of these people, and of course, our grand heroes. Dr. Makedi Amin and Dr. Theophilo Benga. And Mario Beatty, Dr. Mario Beatty. And and Professor Reggie as well. All of these brothers and sisters that do their thing with the mental nature, these are my heroes. I love them. I respect them. But that don't mean that somebody can't be checked. I could be checked. Any one of us could be checked. And when it comes to my book, Codex Game Over, sorry, Smash, but if I chose to, right now, I could check you live on air, and it would be beautiful, because I would do a beautiful job of doing it. But I ain't here for that. But I also, rather than be on my ego about it, I have to thank him too, because if they would not have done that little crappy video they did about my book when they were shooting arrows at it, saying, oh, the scholarship, I would not have come behind them to check to see where I went wrong. And what I realized when I did that was, oh, I didn't go wrong. My translations are on point. The problem, not every last one, there were a few that were obsolete. You know, a handful that were obsolete, but the vast majority of them, bang, right on, one after the next. And I show that in the updated version. Why? Because this is the text that I use in the updated version of Codex Game Over. Published by the Society of Biblical Literature. The pyramid text. Okay? And this is Dr. James P. Allen. So now we're going to take a little aside here. This is Dr. James P. Allen, again, a graduate of St. Maynard Seminary and School of Theology, Ph.D., University of Chicago, right? Charles Edwin Wilbur Professor of Egyptology at Brown University, curator of Egyptian Art, Metropolitan Museum of Art, right down the block from me, literally right down the block from me. Well, a few blocks from me. I can walk there. One of the largest Egyptian exhibit in America. I walk there, a few blocks from my home. Walk right through Central Park, and I'll be right there. Listen to about 3 songs on my headphones and I'm there. So, and if any of you beautiful sisters would ever like to accompany your brother to the Metropolitan Museum, I would love to have your company. We could have lunch or something. Hey, look, we all just coming out of this crazy ass pandemic. All right. So anyway, I'm just horsing around having fun. I needed a light moment for myself. In any event, You know what I do like though? I like how dark this white makes me look. You know, I love being dark. I was a lot darker when I was younger. Unfortunately, my skin is lightened since I've gotten older, but I like the dark. Okay, so James P. Allen, he is. If you notice, the credentials are the same across the board. They always got degrees from the University of Chicago, one of the top universities in the world, and they all attended and graduated from or got degrees from theological seminaries. And they have Christian backgrounds. They're educated Christians. But then you got the little dummies, I hate to say it, from the black community, the urban apologetics community, who think they know more than these men. I'm just like, this is crazy. What kind of insanity you got going on in Philadelphia, in Brooklyn, in Baltimore, where you got these retards with bubblegum crackerjack degrees telling you something about Christianity? I'm sorry, I had to call them what they are. I don't pretend. I'm not going to pretend that you're legitimate and you're valid when I'm too well acquainted with the evidence. I'm just busting it on the people right now. So let's look at this. Society of Biblical Literature, the ancient Egyptian pyramid text. I wonder, hold on, you ever ask yourself, why is the Society of Biblical Literature concerned with the ancient Egyptian pyramid text? Hold on, this is a real common sense question, people. I'm gonna see who the slow people are in the audience. As my business manager likes to say, the people in the back. This is for the people in the back. Why would the Society of Biblical Literature publish the ancient Egyptian pyramid text? Have you ever considered that maybe it's because the ancient Egyptian pyramid text has something to do with biblical literature? You dumb mother. It's like, how stupid can you be? Like, I really had to explain that to you? Just think about it. I really had to explain that to you? Yeah, Moses, it's just you, because everybody else can hear me. Trust me, you know how it is on these chats. When people can't hear you, they be like, no sound, no sound, no sound. So yeah, it's you. Something's up with you. You got to fix that. All right? So I want y'all to, facts, of course. But here's the thing, though. I want to share something with y'all. My thing is, it's not enough to say this. The Bible is a man-made religious text, not a historical text. As true as that might be, as true as it might be, let me explain something to you guys about me. When I was younger, before my mother remarried into the African-centered community, which she did 2 times. The last time she literally married into an African ethnic group in Africa, into the Ashanti people, the Akan people. When I was younger, in the same neighborhood where BK Apologist lives, Gowanus, Brooklyn, I attended church, Bethel Baptist Church, as a child, grew up in it. I became fascinated with the Bible as a child. This is before BK Apologist was born, before Adam Coleman was born, before Damon Richardson and Vince Bantu were even born. I was a child in church, and I became fascinated. And before Eric Mason was born, I became fascinated with the Bible. I thought how wonderful that God left this book here for us. I thought it must have been laying around with the dinosaurs, and somebody found it, and oh wow, we can read this and catch up, kind of like current events. You're born, you're a child. Okay, I'm new to this planet. Let me find out what's been going on. Oh, this is the Bible. Thanks. No, right? So I was telling you that for a reason. I can't even remember why, but so let's get back to it. This is Society of Biblical Literature, right? But here's the point. Do you ever consider that the Society of Biblical Literature published the pyramid text of ancient Egypt because the biblical literature itself is founded upon the ancient Egyptian pyramid text, you idiots. That's not zeitgeist. That's not YouTube. That's not the conscious community. Why else would the Society of Biblical Literature publish the ancient Egyptian pyramid text, you intellectual midgets? You got to be a special kind of stupid. Now, I'm going to show you something. I told you this was the preamble to the presentation. This is not even the presentation. First, I had to take you through the comments on the back of the book. That's all we've been looking at so far. And we've been up here for how long now? Because I'm going to teach the shit out of you motherfuckers on this platform. On Hieroglyph? Oh, no. Certain people wanted me to teach on their platform a long time ago, all the stuff that I'm going to be teaching now. And I told them, I'm saving it for my platform. Now you're going to see the real Shakka-Ahmose. I told y'all for years, I'm just giving you crumbs. I'm just giving you crumbs. I'm going to stop giving you crumbs and I'm going to start just giving it to you. But that's why it's important that you see my Cash App. Because I don't teach for free. I'm not trying to die broke like our professors, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, and not be able to take care of it. No. Just pay what you want. I don't think that's a lot to ask. Go to my Cash App. Do the right thing. But I'm going to give it all to you. All. And by the time I'm done with these Christians, they will never forget. No, let me say that again. They won't ever forget. I don't use the word never. They won't ever forget what unfolded on this platform. I promise you that. I'll give you my word. There's things I know that they couldn't know if they studied for the next 50 years. I just go slow. I just hit and run, play. I play with them. I like to play with my food. But on here, ain't no playing. Think about that. We've been going for how long? And we're not even inside the book yet. How deep do you think it's going to be when we get inside the book? I just had to set the book up and give it the respect it's due, that it deserves. So that by the time we in there, by the time we're in the book, you already know, okay, whatever's being said in this book has to be taken seriously. Why? Because we've seen the level of scholarship, the consensus of the scholarship that has commented on the book. They use words like serious scholarship, attention to detail, for people who are serious about the origins of Christianity and so on and so on. And one of these professors, we haven't even read his comment yet to see what he had to say about the book. Why? Because we got to do something for a minute. We got to take a little detour. About 2 weeks ago, it was Easter. And I went on social media and I kept seeing these posts saying, he is risen, he is risen, he is risen. And I was like, what are you talking about, Osiris? I know he's risen. And I was like, oh, that must be talking about Jesus. So I said, oh, he's risen. I'm like, oh, it must be Easter. So I'm looking on Facebook and I'm going to show you the things that I was seeing on Facebook. Watch this. This is important as it relates to this literature published by the Society of Biblical Literature and the updated version of my book, Codex Game Over. Watch this. So I'm going around on Facebook. Now, there's a sister she's a television commentator. Her name is Monique Presley. I think she's absolutely beautiful. To be quite honest, I think she's gorgeous. But I noticed that she kept leaving all this Christian stuff on her page. I was surprised. She's a television commentator, usually seen on the news. Her name is Monique Presley. Check her out. Look her up. But the woman is gorgeous. And she's in a relationship, so I don't want to say anything disrespectful about her. I wouldn't say anything disrespectful about her whether she was in a relationship or not. I just didn't want to continue on with the gorgeous. Because when you see her, she's beautiful. And you don't often see sisters with her kind of aesthetics. She has a very classic appearance. And I love things that are classic. And so I went on her page and I saw, now come to find out, I didn't realize she was a minister. I didn't know that. She's a Christian minister. So, oops. Vis-a-vis the female pastor, I guess, right? So, but on her page, this is what I saw. Let me move myself out the way. She said, no. Now, the title of this section that we're looking at is called The Tomb is Open. This is the theme or the motive. The tomb is open. Resurrection takes place inside the tomb. That's what this section is that we're looking at right now. She didn't write that. I wrote this part on top because that's the section that we're looking at right now. This is what we're going to be exploring. This motif. The tomb is open. Resurrection takes place inside the tomb. So on her page, she had, "He is risen, hallelujah." And then they have the open entrance to the tomb and the tomb. And you notice how ancient Egyptian this tomb looks, right? See, a little hints, okay? Now, what are they referring to? They're referring to this part of the Bible, Mark. And why did I use Mark? I use Mark because Mark is purportedly the earliest gospel. I don't really mess with the other gospels. I figure just give me the original, right? Quote unquote the original. I don't like to deal with people embellishing and doing all this other stuff to the text. What was the original thing said? So there's a large agreement amongst Christian scholars that Mark is the original book because it has a very primitive writing style and it's more sparse than the other gospels. It leaves a lot out that is not mentioned in the other gospels. So the presumption is that this is the earliest. And this is what it says in the book of Mark. It says, and I'm going to put myself back on the screen, by the way, because I want to be with you guys. It says, they saw that the stone, which was very large, had already been rolled back. As they entered the tomb, they saw a young man dressed in a white robe, sitting on the right side. And they were alarmed. But he said to them, "Do not be alarmed. You are looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He has been raised. He is not here. Look, there is the place they laid him. But go tell his disciples and Peter that he is going ahead of you to Galilee. There you will see him, just as he told you." So they went out, fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them. And why were they afraid? Because they thought they were going to see a dead body up walking around. And they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. Now, why would you be afraid? Okay? The only reason you would be afraid is you're afraid that you're going to see a dead body walking around. Okay? They don't tell you who was the man in the white robe and why was he in there, right? And why did he have on the white robe? And why did they think it important enough to mention that his robe was white? See, I don't ask the right questions. That's why you don't know shit. And the Christians definitely don't know shit. Okay? So, why were they afraid? First of all, if you are a part of a culture where resurrection is expected and is normal, you wouldn't be afraid. You've never read anything in Egyptian literature talking about people being afraid of somebody because they have risen from the dead. And there's plenty of documentation within the Egyptian literature of people rising from the dead. Whole rituals, whole books, whole walls carved in documentation of people being resurrected from the dead. So the first thing that tells us about this culture is that resurrection religion is not a part of their culture. It's not a part of, because they wouldn't be afraid. Okay? Which kind of makes you wonder about the whole Lazarus thing. If Jesus raised Lazarus and a few other people were raised from the dead, this should be commonplace. Okay? So, let's look at this. Stone, which was very large, had already been rolled back, and they entered the tomb, and they saw a young man dressed in the white robe. He has been raised. It said, do not, it says, what they said? Do not be alarmed. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth who was crucified. He's been raised. He's not here. Look, there is a place they laid him. So what is the point? The tomb is opened. Resurrection takes place inside the tomb. That is the motif. Now, they say Christianity is unique because this happened. So if it's unique because it happened, we should not read about it in any other culture. We should not read about it in anybody else's religion. We should not read about it in anybody else's beliefs, because if we can, then Christianity is not unique. That will be another shattered Christian lie. Okay? So let's look. Oh, and then the usual suspect, Pastor Eric Mason, the same brother who I spoke about in my last, who I showed you speaking in my last broadcast, in the last theme that we went through, Isis was a virgin. He was the one saying Isis was not a virgin. There was no documentation. And then we shattered that Christian lie, right? So here he is echoing the Bible, and the sister, what's her name? Monique Presley, I think it is. Yeah. The minister, he says he is risen. Here you go, tomb. Same motif. The tomb is open. Resurrection takes place inside the tomb. This is called the motif. Okay? They saw it. Look up the word motif. Let me help you people out, because sometimes I wonder about people. We're going to do this together. Hold on. We're going to take a quick, I don't know if I had it, and just in case I don't have it, I want to be able to share this with you. So I'm going to stop the screen for a second. Then I'm going to share it. Share screen. Come back to Alfredo Valentin. So we're going to come here. All right. And we're going to go to Lexico, powered by Oxford Dictionary. Okay. So here we are. Oxford Dictionary. That's how you can't say I didn't tell you what this word meant. I might have it, I might not, but I want you to know what it means. A motif. See it? Okay? Motif. Come down here, boy. All right, here we go. Okay. A decorative design or pattern. That's not what we want. That's what it is. A decorative design or pattern. That's what you want to look at. Pattern. What is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to pick out a pattern. Okay? That's what intelligence is. The ability to discern a pattern. So, a motif is a form of a pattern. Okay? Here it is right here. A decorative design or pattern. This is the one we want to look at. 1.1, the context in which this is used. A distinctive feature or dominant idea in an artist or literary composition. 1.2 doesn't matter, because this is what we want to look at. A distinctive feature or dominant idea in an artistic or what? Literary composition. And this is why we know that the Jesus story is just a literary composition, because we are looking at the motif. The motif. And isn't it interesting that the word motif is spelled like motive? Motif. Think about that. Okay? Think about that. Watch. Don't let people make a fool of you by your own lack of homework. And don't be ungrateful to those who do the heavy lifting and the homework for you. $ Shakka-Ahmose. Okay? So, this is the motif. Okay? The motif is right here. The tomb is open. Resurrection takes place inside the tomb. That's what we read in Mark 16, 4 through 8. Okay? So now we're going to go inside this publication by the Society of Biblical Literature. It's called the Ancient Egyptian Pyramid Text. Let's see if we can see the same motif. The tomb is open. Resurrection takes place inside the tomb. Here we go. This is from the pyramid text of Mer-en-Re, verse 32b. Okay? Your tomb has thus been established for you, Father. Its doors have been pulled open for you. Now, first of all, these are pyramid texts, which means that somebody is speaking to a dead person. Okay? Somebody's speaking to a dead person. And he's telling the dead person, the deceased king, Mer-en-Re, right? He's telling him, your tomb has thus been established for you, Father. Its doors have been pulled open for you. Okay? So why is there a tomb established? Because somebody's dead. The door is being pulled open for you. Why? It didn't say the door has been pulled open for visitors. Did it? Did it say the door was pulled open for visitors? It said the door was pulled open for you. If your father is in a tomb, he's dead. Why are the doors pulled open for him? So you can get fresh air? So it didn't say for visitors. It said for him. The doors are pulled open for you. This is for who? Osiris, Ninti-Amsaph Mer-en-Re, fourth king of the 6th dynasty. This is 2255 BCE. 2255 BCE. Let's look at the next one for his son, Pt.1, and his son, Mer-en-Re II, is speaking. Here he is down here sitting on his mother's lap. Here you have Mer-en-Re, the father, and here you have his son. Here you have his son, Pt.1, which means the perfect one of the son's Ka, the perfect one of Re's soul, of Re's spirit. It says, Father Pt.1, stand up. So he's talking to his dead father. He's saying, stand up and receive these, your first cool waters that come from Akbit. Now watch this. Stand up, all you in your tombs. This is a resurrection ritual. Stand up, all you in your tombs. Loosen your wrappings. Clear away the sand from your face. Pt.1, raise yourself. Oh, it says, it's telling him, clear away the sand from your face, Pt.1. So he's talking to him as this is happening. You see, hold on, let's continue. Raise yourself from off your left side. Elevate yourself on your right side. Lift your face and see this, what? Which I have done for you. That last part is key because that means it was done. He was resurrected. It's in the text. It was done. We don't have to ask any questions. Did this happen? It says in the text, see this for which I have done for you. It is done. The resurrection inside the tomb. What the Bible story leaves out is the description of how the resurrection looks and takes place. Why? Because they didn't have the whole ritual. To get the whole ritual, you got to go back to the original text. The Bible doesn't ever describe in real time how the resurrection takes place and what it looks like. Don't tell me about Lazarus. Oh, because then they're going to point out Lazarus. No. That part was edited out of your Jesus story because you didn't have that part of the original ritual. You couldn't talk about it. Why? Because when that was done, when that was written in the Bible, the hieroglyphs, even though Egypt still had priests up until the 4th century CE, and it was still, the temples were still operative, there was a lot that they no longer understood. There was a lot that they was no longer translating. because the native priests, for the most part, had been marginalized from the literature. There was a hostile takeover in Egypt. So those priests who capitulated to the Greeks and to the Romans, those were not the full-blooded native priests. These were your mixed Coptic, part Greek, part Persian, part Carian, part this, part that. I call them the part people. Those were the priests at the Temple of Ptah and in the Museum and at the Great Library at Alexandria, which was just the annex room to the Museum. Shout out to Walter Williams, who the apologetics community loves to dismiss, because he was right about that. Like I always say, I quote anybody where they're right. But here you have it. Now you know why the Society of Biblical Literature published the ancient Egyptian pyramid text. Because that's where the Bible writers got their motif from. Otherwise, the Society of Biblical Literature wouldn't be concerned with it. They would write about Archie and Jughead. They'd write about Casper the Ghost or Richie Rich. They would write about Snoop Dogg. They would write about Drake's new baby, I guess. Or they would write about Rihanna, Beyonce, and Michael Jackson. They're not. They're writing about the Society of Biblical Literature is writing about and publishing the ancient Egyptian text, which gives you detailed description of the resurrection inside the tomb with the door open. Man, look. I ain't got no choice, but when you don't have a choice, you got to do what you got to do. So I have to do this. I had to. I had no choice. That's another shattered Christian lie. That's why when you look in the dictionary under the definition of the word motif, it specifically alludes to a painting or literature. It doesn't say history. It doesn't say or history literature, but it doesn't say bottom line is it says literature. So we're dealing with a literary motif. And this is what the Bible writers and these retarded Christians want you to believe is historical for them. You're going to steal somebody else's motif and then demand everybody else give it historical legitimacy. You're insane and historically sick. Adam Coleman, Vocab Malone, definitely Damon Richardson, one of the sickest of them all, who is only surpassed by Eric Mason and Vince Bantu. They're all sick. They're sick, psychologically sick, and miseducated, and they contaminated. There's a psychological term for it. I forgot what it's called. It's when one person has a delusion and everyone else becomes subjected to their delusion, and they literally live it out. It's literally in the medical American Medical Association, the AMA textbooks. But that's what they suffer from. They're sick. I'm looking in the camera and I'm telling you, Eric Mason, you're sick. Vince Bantu, you are sick, historically speaking. Damon Richardson, you are exuberantly sick. What's his dude's name? BK apologist. You should apologize for thinking that you are historically sane. You are illiterate, miseducated, uneducated, stupid to the nth degree, and belligerent in your Christian arrogance. That is what you are. And I'm just getting started. We're not even inside the book yet. I told you there was a preamble to the presentation. We're just in the preamble. People want me to come on their channels no, you got to come to this channel. Because this ain't on nobody else's channel. This ain't on nobody else's platform. And even if it is, they're not doing it right. You got one shot. It's a one-shot deal. You want to get this, get it here. Now, this is where you come. Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. 1 second. Hold up. On some real, I don't normally do this, but I got to shout out my platform.
But I ain't never alone. These haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I ain't never alone. These haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
On my own, but I ain't never alone. These haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, I ain't never alone. These haters wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
How dare you come amongst us and try to insult our intelligence? The jig has been up for a long time. Eric Mason, Vince Bantu. And here's the thing. There's nothing that I say or do that's going to stop y'all from lying, because that's what liars do. Right? What did Tupac say? That's what haters do. Because that's what haters do. Because that's what thugs do. What do Christians do? They lie. Because that's what the children of Satan do. They lie. They say the devil is a liar. They say Satan is the father of lies. So if you lying, whose children are you? BK? Whose children are you? Stealing people's motifs. This resurrection was talked about when there was no Adam, no Eve, no Bible, no Satan. None of that existed. There wasn't even any Hebrews, no Jews when that was written. Stop trying to shortchange black people for their culture and their history. Stop it. And to those people who thought they was going to end the Kemetic community simply because it's anti-homosexual, you failed, and you will continue to fail. Period. Those are the culture and the values of ancient Egypt. Get over it. You want to live like Greeks and Romans? Then do that. But don't think we're going to apologize and call us the right. And yes, it's a conservative culture. You have a problem with that? There's nothing wrong with being conservative sexually. You might want to try it sometime. Maybe you get over your pornography problems. You understand what I'm saying? Every time you turn around, a pastor in somebody's church is raping or molesting somebody. Ain't that the truth? We ain't forget, look, with all due respect, we ain't forgotten Eddie Long. New Birth. We ain't forgotten that. You people are something else. You Christians are something else. You think you're just going to shortchange black people for our history? Nah, no. Not happening. Anyway. This is it. Let me read that again. Father Pepe Neferkade, stand up and receive these, your first cool waters that come from Agbit. Stand up, all you in your tombs. Loosen your rapid. Everybody was being resurrected. To hell with Jesus. This is why Celsus said that Jesus learned what he learned from Egypt. And he said that in the 2nd century CE. He said Jesus hired himself out as a help in Egypt, and that's where he learned his miraculous power. So it only makes sense when we go to the original culture, the culture of resurrection, ancient Egypt, the text, that everybody and their mama was being resurrected. Certainly by the time Jesus got there, because the Book of the Dead is what helped democratize resurrection in Egypt. So y'all don't understand the role of resurrection and religion as it related to things like human rights in ancient Egypt. There's a lot that y'all don't know about that. Specifically, and how it relates to democracy and things of that nature. Okay, so let's continue. What we would call eschatological democracy. Okay. Now, let's continue. So here you have it side by side. Your tomb has thus been established for you, Father. Its doors have been pulled open for you. When you get to the book of Mark, what does it say? The stone, they saw the stone, which had very large, had already been rolled back. It's the exact same motif. Okay? What does it say here? Right? Father, Pepi Nefakade, stand up. Right? Stand up. All of you in your tombs, loosen your wrappings, clear away the sand from your face. Right? Doesn't it say that? What does it say right here? He has been raised. He is not here. Look, there's the place where they laid him. Look, it's right in front of your face. Right? See this which I have done for you. Now, who's talking? This is important, people. Eric Mason with his silliness. Fool. Talk about he is risen. Well, he rose after a whole lot of other people. He rose after a whole lot of other people rose. Particularly Medan Ray and Pepi Nefakade. Their resurrection is documented. See this which I have done for you. What did he do for you? What he did for him was he didn't resurrect him, but he performed the resurrection ritual. See, it's a ritual. See, what they did in Christianity was they edited out the ritual. They kept the motif, but they edited out the ritual. Why? Because they didn't know the ritual. You had to edit it out. And not only that, it was a further way of democratizing it. It was a further way of democratizing it. To an extent. To an extent. And I'm going to show you why in a second. Yeah. Same thing they're talking about in Mark 16:4-8 is the same thing being carried on right here in the pyramid text of Pepi II, 5th king of the 6th dynasty, verse 388. Literally describing the resurrection. Not just for Pepi, but for all in the tomb. All you in your tombs. So who is that? They're talking about the aristocracy, the wealthy, the kings, the royalty, the queens, the prince, the princess. Princesses, princes, the nobles, the mayors. I heard this gospel. You know who uses this? You know who uses the ancient Egyptian terminology more than anybody else? The gospel singers. When you listen to gospel music and you hear them sing, it's almost as if they're singing right out of the ancient Egyptian text. I heard this one woman sing who I really love her music. She has two songs. One is called You Will Win, and the other one is called Stay. I can't remember her name right now. But they're two of my favorite songs, and I play them all the time. In fact, I'm going to look for her name right now because I just love her music. I really do. Here it is right here. What's her name? Stay with me. There, repeat. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Let me go to repeat to. Okay. Okay. So, what's her name? Come on, girl, where you at? Jacqueline Carr. I love her. Jacqueline Carr. I love her music. I play her music all day long. Jacqueline Carr. But in one of these songs, she talks about being a mayor for Christ. One of the reasons why they use that language is because it was the mayors and the nobles who eventually, after the first intermediate period, who were allowed into this culture of resurrection. See, it didn't start out with just for everybody. It started out with just strictly the kings. That's why Jesus is born a king. It's in line with the culture it came from. It's the whole identity. They try to marry it to this ridiculous Hebrew story, but it didn't come from the Hebrew story, which I'm going to document for you in this book. Okay? So, you know, they need to stop with the silliness. I mean, are we supposed to be stupid and ignore this literature that is being published by the Society of Biblical Literature, which shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that these motifs existed in Africa, in Upper Egypt, when there was no Abraham, there was no Hebrew, there was no Adam, no Eve, no Jesus, no none of that. Wasn't no Job, no Samuel, no none of that existed anywhere on planet Earth when this motif was in Africa. How you shortchanging Africans when they developed and gave to the world the culture of resurrection? How do you do that with a straight face? By drawing little insignificant differences because you think your religion is so unique? It's fucking retards. I hate to say it. I mean, let me strike that from the record. They have it. I'm gonna go back into the editing and get rid of that. Or maybe knowing me, I'll leave it in. I don't care. Because I just get, you get caught up in the spirit. They say that. No, I'm just I need more emotional intelligence. That's what I need. So we all have room for growth. I'm no different. Okay. So they just piss me off, to be quite honest. It's like, why we got to play this game? Okay, hold on. Oh, are you ready for this? It says next. See on the bottom here, it says next, white robe. You know what that means? I got to teach you about the white robe because I'm going to show you it was about a resurrection that they didn't know anything about. What they did was they left hints. There's all kind of little hints. Okay, now I'm going to show you something. Because the hints don't lie. Remember this part in Mark, where it says, as they entered the tomb, they saw a young man dressed in a white robe sitting on the right side, and they were alarmed. But he said to them, do not be alarmed, for you are looking for Jesus of Nazareth who was crucified. Now, what's the next line? He has been raised. He didn't say who raised him. He just said he has been raised. You know why he didn't say who raised him? Because if he told you who raised Jesus, they would have to confess where they got their story from. Do you know who raised Jesus? He did. That's why he's in the tomb. He is the one who raised Jesus. Why is he the one who raised Jesus? Because the resurrection ritual needed to be performed so that Jesus could be raised. But they edited out of the Bible because the ritual is too clearly harkens back to Egypt. So they edited out the ritual, but they left a piece in it. Somebody had to be in the tomb. Why didn't the story just go, Mary and so-and-so just walked in the tomb, it was open, and Jesus was gone? Maybe because Jesus didn't open the tomb. Idiot. It was the guy sitting in the tomb who opened it. He was probably an Egyptian priest who went in there to perform the resurrection ritual. You think I'm lying? Watch this. And if you read the literature, go read the Christian literature about the man sitting in the tomb. It's a big mystery to them. They got hundreds of articles about this man sitting in the tomb, and they all guess back and forth. Why was he in the tomb? What did that mean? Blah, blah. They're retards. They're retards. All you got to do is read the original Egyptian text, and it tells you. As a matter of fact, it does better than that. It shows you. Watch, because I'm going to show you. Y'all know I'm in the show me business, right? Watch. What's the other thing it says? It says he was sitting in a white, it said he was dressed in a white robe. Why was he dressed in a white robe? Same thing. Hold on a second. Why was he dressed in a white robe? It says they saw the stone, which very large, had already been rolled back, and they entered the tomb and saw a young man dressed in a white robe. And they said, and he said to them, he had been raised. He didn't say he was raised by God, right? Why didn't the man say God raised him? Ask yourself that. Did the man say he was raised by God? No, Christians just assume he was. Christians just assume he was raised by God in the text. See, when you're given only pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, you look stupid when you're talking to people that got the whole picture. And you don't care. Your Christian arrogance does not care. Your Christian arrogance and your religious territorialism does not care. You're pathetic to me. All of you Christians are pathetic to me, especially the apologetic community. You're pathetic. I can't speak in a brotherly way to you because I have no affection for people who lie willfully. I have no respect for you at all. Let's look and see why he had the white robe. Hold on. Go back. Here we go. Here we go. It says right here. Let's go. This is why he had a white robe. Look, stupid. He had a white robe because in the original resurrection ceremony, the ritual, the opening of the mouth, the priest had on white robes. Somebody had to be in the tomb to perform the ritual. That's why the guy is in the fucking, that's why the guy is in the tomb when Mary and them walk in there. And that's why he's in a white robe. Why did they specify it was white? Duh. You tards. How stupid these Christians are is phenomenal to me. How unstudied and uneducated they are is phenomenal. Here you have a text in 2,200 some odd BCE. No Jesus, no Abraham, no Bible, no nothing. And in your text is describing what actually is going on in this culture of resurrection. Priests in white robes performing resurrection rituals inside the tomb. In the text says the door is open. In the text it says, raise yourself, stand up. Everybody loosen your bandages. They talk about the mummy bandages. Why? Because they are alive. Look at this thing that I have done for you. What did he do for him? He performed the ritual of the opening of the mouth, the resurrection ceremony. Every last one of you Christians are fucking liars. And I put fucking in all capital letters. And I'm not going to apologize for that one. You're not just liars. You're fucking liars. The black females in the apologetics communities, you're fucking liars. You're not just liars. That's right. You're fucking liars. There's a difference. And somebody needs to tell you to your face. You're fucking liars. You're not just liars. And I promise that for the rest of my broadcast, I will no longer use that kind of language. But I had to get that off my chest and out of my system because I've been holding that in for a long time. That's what you are. And every Sunday, I live right across the street from a church. I can look out my window right now. Big church. Mount Nebo, Canaan. Canaan Mount Nebo Church. I can't walk out my door and go to the store or anywhere without passing. And they got big, huge ancient Egyptian columns in front of the church. And I just walk by every day and shake my head and say, damn, black people paying money to be stupid every Sunday. And people doing it to the tune of millions of dollars. I ain't never seen a pastor drive up broke in a Hyundai, ever. I'm teaching you the truth. And I got to ask you to go to my Cash App. Something's wrong. $sign Shakka-Ahmose. Because we ain't afraid to talk about money on here. That's like being afraid to talk about air. You need air to breathe. Okay? I like air just like the next person. I need air just like the next person. Right? Or as we say, God shoot. Right? But this is why the man was sitting in the tomb in a white robe. Nowhere in the text does it say God raised Jesus from the dead. Does not say that. It describes a motif, a situation, an open tomb, resurrection taking place inside the tomb. That's it. But to get the filler in, to get the rest of the details, you got to go to the Egyptian text. When you read the text of Mer-en-Re and Pepi-Neferkade, it describes in details. Shake off the dust, shake off the sand, loosen your bandages, stand up, look at this thing I have done for you. Somebody had to be there to do it. That's what the man in the tomb represents, the Egyptian priest, who performs the role of the sun. The Egyptian priest performs the role of the sun. I see how many people in here. You damn right everybody watching. I'm not stupid. Whole lot of people watching right now. I ain't even tell you the numbers. There's a whole lot of people watching right now. Can't walk none of this back. Whatever I said it. It's done. It's there. Period. Why? Because I showed it. Unless you're illiterate and can't read. All over the floor. Glass shards of lie all over the church floor and all over the black community. And they don't, these shards of glass, these shards of lie glasses, they're not just on the floor in the churches. If you go into these homes in the black community, it's middle-class homes with good black women who graduated from university with a degree, all worshiping Jesus. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. As a black person, you should be ashamed of yourself. 1, for being so stupid. 2, for being so uneducated. 3, for being so miseducated. And 4, for allowing other people to do it to you. And don't use fear of death as an excuse. Because that's what you predicate your belief on. Your fear of death. And there's nothing that can manipulate you greater. Nothing that can manipulate you greater than fear. Nothing. But there's only one way to come to the truth, and it ain't through Jesus. It's through being fearless. That's it. There is no other way. Truth is uncompromising. Truth don't give a fuck about your feelings. And neither do I. At all. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Facts over feelings. Shout out to Jam Master J. I hope you pulled through with your situation. And to my sister queen, Kemetic, Unc Nebu, love for life. Love for life. Now Valley movement always. You feel me? For real, for real. And think about this. We haven't even made it into the book yet. We haven't made it into the book yet. Do you think Hieroglyph or Shakka-Ahmose is a joke? Are you serious? Do you think that this platform is a joke? Them Christians shitting in their pants right now. They're going to try to explain it away. They're going to take the video. Oh, Shaka's saying this, but this is, but they're weirdos, man. It's a cult. It's cult behavior. It's a cult. And you have to remember, in a cult, there is no room for truth. There's no room for truth in a cult. It's beehive mentality. It's beehive mentality. Why do you think I always said I'm not a part of the conscious community? I don't fuck with beehive mentality. I don't. I just barely identify with the Kemetic community. But those are the only people I can really self-identify with and call, I bet, family. People who I really see as family. I might beef with Jabari, but that's my brother. We speak the same language. We have the same love. Right? He just a better person than I am. That's all. I ain't never lied about that. Jabari Osaze is a much better person than I am. Right? I personally think I'm just a better scholar. That's just my personal opinion. Right? And apparently the opinion of quite a few other people. But I respect him as a scholar. In fact, Jabari's probably one of the few people that I actually respect as a real scholar. Like, I don't really respect people like that. Like, you got to come hard for me. And the reason why I say that is because there are things about, I'm just a quick aside, there are things about Jabari's general disposition and demeanor that shows that his love is really for the scholarship and for the people. Like, he's devoted to this, committed to this. That's a real priest. That's a real hymnateur. You understand what I'm saying? You can't pay for something like that. That has to be groomed, cultivated. It's like working on a masterpiece. And that's what Jabari is. He's a masterpiece. But if he's a masterpiece, then what does that make me? So anyway, I digress. So don't answer that question because I know you're going to be mean. So, but this is some real shit. This is real. I'm just looking at the chat. Okay. So, yeah, but this is real. You understand what I'm saying? This is real. This is what's really going on here. This is what's really going on here. Okay? He's a priest. Yes. That's why he's in the tomb. Look at this idiot. Was an angel. An angel in a white robe. An angel, you know what an angel is? An angel is an alibi for saying, I don't know who it is. So I just chalk it up to an angel, a mythological being. No, you silly goose. If you read the original text, wearing a white robe is these priests wearing the white robe. That's why he had on the white robe. And they're not angels. They are priests. They are, to put it in language you would understand, they are resurrection priests. African resurrection priests in 2300, 400 BCE. That's who the person in the tomb represents. But like I said, there's some people, the one thing I learned about stupid is not like dirt. You can take a shower and wash off dirt. You cannot wash off stupid. You can show somebody all of the facts and evidence in the world. If they're still too stupid, what you gonna do? Beat your own head up against the wall? That's what you're gonna do? You're gonna beat your own head up against the wall? Because somebody's too stupid to get, fuck no. Yeah, India, this is what's really going on. You have to understand the text to marry it up with the Bible to see what they left out. And it fits in like a perfect key to a lock on every last one of them. Like, these people lied on a level that is so, I can't even describe it. It's just deep. It's just deep. You understand what I'm saying? You feel me? That's real. This is real, people. What I'm showing you is real. This is what they're not going to tell you and show you. They're not going to show it to you in school unless you take in his class, the book that I'm going to show you, right? Yes. No, there's another name. It's not mass delusion. It's another name. It's really, really deep. But I wanted you to see this, people, so you can see just how deep it is. They're running around on Easter talking about he is risen, he is risen. Smack. You're talking about he risen. Okay, I got no argument with him being risen, but he ain't the only one who was ever risen. And according to Celsus, according to Origen, the early church father, the Greek philosopher Celsus documented that Jesus hired himself out to ancient Egypt as a servant, where he learned miraculous tricks. That's why they always show you these showdowns between magicians. When the Hebrews and Moses and Aaron came to go against the Egyptian high priest with their magic tricks, these are all supposed to be, it's called, I can't pronounce it. Thaumaturgy. It's called thaumaturgy. This is what ancient Egypt was known for, thaumaturgy. They hide it in big words, and then in the Bible, they just use the word miracles. Just call it thaumaturgy. That's what it was. And ancient Egypt was the home of thaumaturgy. And what the Christians are trying to do, and what they've done successfully so far up until now, because that shit is done. What they did was they literally wholesale appropriated it for themselves and then drew a narrative around it to make it seem as if it was theirs, unique and historical. And then they married their mythology and grafted it onto the historical record by the hegemony of the publishing industry via the early church. Y'all don't know about that history. I got it all documented all right up under here in my fingernail. Every aspect of it. Hell, Eusebius himself said he was a liar. He himself said so. And the Christians just whoop right over that. And then they'll use Eusebius as an authority concerning something about Christian history. They're sick. These people are sick people. Black people, I have to tell you something. You have sick people among you. Now, the Christians are not the only ones. They're just religiously sick. You have a lot of good people who are Christians, and they just don't know. They just don't have the education. So now, this is me being serious now. I'm not talking about the apologetics community. They're stupid. But if you're just talking about your average Christian who just doesn't know, you have many people who are good people that are Christians. Wonderful people. People who you can love forever, a million lifetimes over. You understand? But that's not the apologists and the pastors. No. They're full of it. They're full of it. The Christians who just follow and just want to believe the Bible, they just don't know. They're confused. The worst people who are worse than the Christians are those people who don't really study, who try to represent ancient Egypt. They're the worst ones. It's like Christians who misrepresent Christianity. It's no different. Christianity could be a good thing. Many people have tried to, even Alvin Boyd Kuhn, Gerald Massey's student who wrote Who is This King of Glory? He said, look, once we accept these truths about ancient Egypt, we can create a real Christianity, or we can give birth to a real Christianity that is not in conflict with its actual historical roots. But you got weirdo fatso retards like Pastor Mason, Eric Mason. You're a weirdo, dude. You are a freaking weirdo, dude. You are an unlearned, miseducated, uneducated weirdo. You're a good father. You're a great husband, a crappy pastor, and not a scholar at all. So in a nutshell, you're a better person than I am. Okay? I'm hard on myself, people. I have high standards that I really meet in those areas of my life that are really important, but I try. And even the people in my life will tell you, oh, he makes great efforts. Okay? So here we go. Well, let's see who's spamming in the chat. I don't see anybody spamming. Oh, this is okay. Well, because the devil's a liar. That's why somebody's spamming it. It's probably a Christian. It's probably a Christian. They have a very strange relationship to pornography. Yeah, like they're in denial just about everything, including their sexuality. Let me see. I've never seen more money, but that sounds funny. That sounds funny. All right, so here we go. I just let them read that very quickly because I'm pretty sure those people who have seen more money would get it and they would probably think it's funny. So let's go. So yeah, here we go. So yeah, people, that's what this is all about. And this is also why the Society of Biblical Literature is interested in this literature, because they know that's where their literature came from. They're not stupid. These people are these are real scholars, okay? And if you want to see the text that talks about the resurrection live and in person in real time, right? All you have to do is go to Africa today. You can go right here to Saqqara, the Pyramid of Menenre in Egypt, Africa. And you will read on the walls where it says, "Your tomb has thus been established for you, Father. Its doors have been pulled open for you." Oh, because you changed it to a stone that rolled away. You think you got something different? You stupid, silly goose. In a university, you would fail for plagiarism. Okay? Father Pepi Nefakade, stand up and receive these, your first cool waters that come from Akbit. Stand up, all you. Right? Oh, by the way, these waters that come from Akbit, in the Bible, they call it the water of life. Okay? They also call it the water of life in the Egyptian text, because that's where they got it from. The Bible writers got it from the Egyptian text. Stand up, all of you in your tombs, loosen your wrappings. They sound like they're having a party in these tombs. Clear away the sand from your face. Pepi Nefakade, raise yourself from off your left side. Elevate yourself on your right side. Right? So if you're raising yourself off of your left side and elevating yourself on your right side, you know what that means? It means you are getting up. You are being raised. What did the man in the tomb say in Mark? He has been raised. This is what the book of Mark is describing for you. And what is Mark? The first pope of Egypt. Duh. So in your first gospel, you get a story about somebody being raised from the dead in the tomb with an Egyptian motif. And we're supposed to not say nothing. We're just supposed to go, Yasa Masa. I don't care if you're a black Masa. You're still Masa. You're still trying to play Masa. You're still trying to play Masa. Y'all's a Masa. We're not going to say it's nothing, Masa. We just going to pretend your Jesus story is real, Masa. Are you black like us, so we supposed to accept it, Masa? We're going to kowtow and bend over and let you put that bullshit up. All right? No, Masa. Sorry. No deal. I'm all up in yours. I'm up in your solar plexus. Solar. Just think solar. When you think of Shakka-Ahmose, think solar. You should think lunar because of the Ahmose, but think solar anyway. Okay? Because that light that Yah is reflecting is coming from Ray. So yeah, think solar. Okay? Yes. And y'all let them get away with this because y'all don't study. Right? And see this which I have done for you. That means the resurrection took place. Pastor Mason, since your non-reading ass doesn't understand anything, you stupid person, you illiterate, you wannabe scholar, he said, see that which I have done for you. That means the resurrection took place. It is done. It is done. See, it didn't say, see that which I'm going to do for you. Did it say that? I can read. It said, see that. Oh, hold on. Maybe I'm misreading it. Let me see. Because y'all smarter than me. Let me see. What did it say? Lift your face and see this which I have, which I will do for you. I don't see that. Which I'm going to do for you. I don't see that. See this which I have done for you. Well, what did he do? He performed. He did the same thing that dude sitting in the white robe in the tomb with Jesus did. He performed the opening of the mouth ceremony, the resurrection ritual. Jew ain't gotta like it. Look, Jew ain't gotta like it, and Jews ain't gotta like it. But that's what took place. Okay? That's just what it is. Period. No, this is not true. True Life said, I don't study, I will be considered illiterate. No, that's not true. You're illiterate if you are incapable of understanding. When you are incapable of understanding, that is about as illiterate as a person can get. Because you just can't, no matter how much I explain it to you, no matter what I show you, you're not going to get it. You just, that's being illiterate. Okay? Just having no understanding. But there's different kinds of illiteracy. Okay? So, let us continue. Yeah, and so look, this is the pyramid of Merenre up top, right? 2,255 BCE, right? And then we go to the pyramid of Pepi Neferkare, right? 2,246 BCE. Right here on the bottom. Here he is sitting on his mother's lap. And you see this blue right here? These are the texts right here. These are the resurrection texts carved into the wall, you lying Christian pastors, you lying Christian apologists. Here they go. Right there. Talking about resurrection. Saying, stand up. Wipe the dust off your skin. Why do you think the lid is off the tomb? Look. See the lid is off the tomb? Look at that. You fakers. You stole a story. Right out of Kemetic, literally. See this? The top is off the tomb. This is not Jesus' tomb, Pastor Mason, you liar. Vince Bantu, you liar. Damon Richardson, you liar, weirdo. And who that? And what's that dude from ESPN? He's the biggest weirdo of them all. What's his name? Chris, I can't remember his name from ESPN. The biggest weirdo of them all. Chris Broussard. You're the biggest weirdo of them all. Straight up, bro. You're the biggest weirdo of them all. And Speech from Arrested Development, another weirdo. Y'all all a bunch of weirdos. A bunch of unstudied, miseducated, uneducated weirdos. A disgrace to the black community and every black community you ever step in. Talking about king. You ain't no kings. The hell you kings? This religion we talking about of resurrection was once exclusively only for kings because it started in Egypt. Why do you think Jesus is personified as a king? Why do you think that resurrection is only for him in that narrative? Because it was the prerogative of kings, of royalty, and that starts in Egypt. You are so freaking historically illiterate. It's disgusting. But what makes it disgusting is that you're illiterate by choice. That's what makes it evil in my eyes. Because wherever ignorance persists, evil abounds. Period. So to me, you all the children of Satan. That's how I see you. Chris Broussard, you children of Satan. Damon Richardson, you're a child of the devil. Tell you right now. Eric Mason, you the devil's favorite. You Satan's favorite because you persist in falsehood and ignorance and lying. You are a liar. Straight up and down. I ain't mincing my words. I'm telling you the truth. And all them black females running with y'all, they're equally the daughters of Satan. If you one of them black female Christian apologists sitting on that channel with Adam Coleman and Eric Mason and all these other idiots, vocab and all that, you are a daughter of Satan because you persist in falsehood, ignorance, and lies. You've been co-opted by some fakery theology, and we're going to get into that. I'm going to show you. You know me. I don't just do this. I mean, I do this, but you know what I'm saying. All right? How you think you're going to compete with me when all I do is study 24 hours, 7 days a week? How you think you compete with me? And I've been doing it for over 30 years. Going on 40 years. Wow. I've been doing this for almost going on 40. I've been studying for almost 40 years. You think that you could see me combined? I would embarrass all of you on the stage by myself. In fact, I told Sinetta back in the day when they started talking about this Christianity debate, I told them I would only do it if I could debate all of them by myself together at one time. Ask Sinetta if you think I'm lying. Ask him. I said, that's the only way I would do it. I want to debate all of you together at one time. All of you on one side of the stage and me by myself on the other side of the stage. And we go slide for slide. I'm going to crush you with my first slide. It's going to be over. My first slide, the debate will be over. And the thing is, you know it. And that's why y'all want to invite me on your platforms. Real talk. I behave. I won't use any profanity. I won't be hostile. I'll just stick strictly to the knowledge. Strictly to the facts. Real talk. Y'all couldn't see me on my worst day. Real talk. Y'all couldn't see me on my worst day. Uncle Bob, you're off subject. You have to come back at another time with that. You're off subject. Okay. Now. Okay. Oh, let's get back to the to where we at. Because remember, we haven't made it inside the book yet. But there you go. There it is. Okay. And you're talking about and you know, to see something like this, it make you want to smack the shit out of somebody, don't it? It does. To see something like this, it's like, are y'all just going to y'all really going to keep up with this lie and we ain't supposed to say nothing? No, I'm going to say something. Right? And this is my book, Codex Game Over, that the Amenwad squad, particularly Jonathan Owen Smash, one of my heroes, he tried to disrespect my book by saying I didn't know what I was talking about. But look at what I just showed you here inside the updated version of the pyramid text. I'm showing it to you right here. Matter of fact, let's make sure this is where this is from. Here it is, right here. This is the pyramid text. James P. Allen. This is the updated version. Got the verse and everything, right? And look at the one that I put in my original book. Hold on. In my original book, Codex Game Over, when I did the collation. Shake off thy dust, untie thy bandages. The tomb is open for thee. I thought I had it wrong. See, this is why I don't pay attention to people. I got haters like everybody else. These dudes, all they could do is critique my book because I had the wrong, I had the outdated numbering system. It's an obsolete, outdated numbering system. That's why I did an updated version. But the translation is still correct. So what was you really correcting? Nothing. Y'all were just trying. See, a lot of times these dudes don't like the attention that I get. A lot of these dudes in the Kemetic community, they're very jealous of me. I really don't care. Right? If you want people to see Kemet when they look at you, to goddamn it, put a cot or a cleft on your head. At least Baba Heru tries. He could do a lot better, but at least he tries. Baba Heru tries. He wears his version of a cleft of a cot. Y'all don't even try. Y'all just think, oh, I read my metal lecture, so when I look at you, I'm representing the culture. Bullshit. If you're going to represent it, then represent it. If you're going to represent it, stop being a bunch of little faggots running around here talking about, I represent Kemet. I read my metal lecture. I don't see it when I look at you. I don't believe you. What did we say? I don't believe you. Even the Hebrew Israelites gave me my props. And you know, they call me the Hebrew killer, right? What do they say? They say, at least we respect Shakka, because when we look at Shakka, we see Kemet. He wears the lock, he wears the wasket. Y'all too scared to represent Kemet. I ain't got no respect for none of you dudes on that level. No, not on that level. No. You don't live it. I had a dude come on a show the other day, and I was invited as a guest to be a judge in a debate about the Ankh. It was great. I'll put the link up pretty soon. I was a judge there, and somebody in the audience from the Arm and Rock Squad, I didn't know who it was. He was like, "Oh, I'm here to see Pseudo Shakka. Y'all got Pseudo Shakka." I'm like, "Pseudo Shakka? Like, why you disrespecting me? I don't even know you. Like, I'm a guest here. Why would you disrespect me like that?" And he said it a few times. So then I hit him up, and I was like, I don't know who you are, but like, I don't really give a fuck about you one way or the other. But like, what's the there's no need for the disrespect. He reminded me that we had a disagreement once about, I guess, my book or a book. I don't remember what it was. It might have been my book or a book. And he made a point that I thought was good, that was valid. And initially, I had been hostile towards him. So once I thought about what he said and I felt that it was correct, I apologized to him right then and there on the spot, because that's how I am. I'm not. I always feel I was raised that real men don't have no problem apologizing when they're wrong. If you're wrong, just apologize. Unless you're so small that an apology is going to cost you everything about it. That means you're really small. So me, I'll apologize at the drop of a hat if I can be made convinced that I'm wrong, or if I convince myself that I'm wrong. So I apologize. So he reminded me of that. So then I said to him, and then he told me, he said, stop being, I want you to listen for a second. He said, stop being sensitive. And then he tried to insult me by those false accusations that were made about me last year. And I said to him, to keep it really short, I'm not going to say everything I said to him, but I said to him, if I apologize to you in the past and you're reminding me of it now, then that means there was no further need for you to disrespect me. Why would you come on a show and in the chat, because they put it on screen, which I take issue with the platform for doing that. Why put something like that on screen if I'm a guest judge here, right? So I said, okay. I said, that's first and foremost. I said, secondly, apparently you don't watch YouTube enough, because if you did, you would know that those accusations were publicly, soundly and roundly debunked through documentation, reams and streams and pounds and miles of documentation that spoke for itself. And voicemail. Okay? And text and emails, thousands of them. Debunked. Went against everything everything that person said in all them fake interviews they gave. And you notice you ain't heard from them since. I wouldn't show my face either. Do you see me running and hide? But I said to him, and I quoted from the text of Tahotep. And in the text Tahotep, it says, do not slander anyone great, or do not slander or malign anyone great or small. It said, it said that. But hell, I'm guilty of that. But it said, do not repeat something that you have only heard. Report a thing as you have observed it. This is in the Sebayet of Tahotep. And so when I threw that back in his face, I said, how you going to call me pseudo? You the one that's pseudo. You ain't even subscribing to the text. Or you're not subscribing to the text, but talking as if you are, which makes you legitimate. At least me, if I go against the text, I'm going to fess up to it. Okay, yeah, I'm guilty. I'm wrong. I shouldn't be saying this or doing this, that, and the third. But don't try to be wrong and strong. If you're wrong, you're wrong, and keep it moving. But anyway, I just had to say there's a lot of people out here that try to pass themselves as legitimate simply because they might read and write mental nature. They got the grammar down, this, that, and the third. So what? So what? Right? My level of reading and writing mental nature is not the best, but I can handle my own. I can translate text. I do what I need to do to learn what I need to learn. I can go in that museum and read quite a few things off the wall. Right? But that's not my real interest. There are other aspects of ancient Egypt that I think give far more relevant information to me now. The world that I live in right now, money is king. So when I look to ancient Egypt, I look to understand that. That's for me. To understand money, business, things of that nature. That's what ancient Egypt represents to me. Wealth management. You can learn a lot, but you got to know what to look for. You got to know what text to read. First, you got to be interested in it. If you're not interested in it, all you can know is, well, this text says this. Da, 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 da. Okay, and how did that benefit you? What did you get from that? Nothing. Just more religious hoogie boogie. You got a lot of Kemetic Christians out here. They're just as Christian as the Christians are. They're just religious fanatics. You know, philologists, I don't know what you call them. But anyway, let me get back on track. Yeah, y'all don't see me running from nobody. You ain't going to see me running from nobody. That's it. You run when you're guilty. You run when you've done something that you've done something. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. So anyway, kind of warm in here. Anyway, I was just getting amped. So, but yeah. So when you look back on here, Jonathan Owens, right? My translation was on point. My number, and he pointed it out. He's like, there's no numbers, he pointed it out when he critiqued my book that I had the numbering system on. So what? It was wrong. I used an outdated, obsolete numbering system because I used a free open access source, sacredtext.com, to do it. They gave me a dated, they gave me one where the copyright was obsolete. So you could use it to publish work. I was unaware that it was an outdated numbering system. And when I did my due diligence, thanks to Jonathan Owens, Smash, one of my heroes, I'm not going to lie. See, I can disagree with my heroes. I could beef with my heroes, but I ain't going to lie and tell you they're not my heroes. They are. These are the people who I look up to and who I respect, and who, to me, they keep the culture alive. Shout out to Voorhees, right? From the Ankh debate. Okay? And to Tushai, Sister Ivy, Queen Ivy. Shout out to, to that family. So anyway, let me stay on track. So this gentleman, this professor who we were looking at, remember, he was the last person who was commenting on the book that we were looking at. Right? We only went into the Society of Biblical Literature and the Pyramid Text because it said that Burton L. Mack, who happens to comment about this book, Egyptian Light and Hebrew Fire, it mentioned that he's active in the Redescribing Christian Origins group of the Society of Biblical Literature, amongst being a Ph.D. Professor, okay? From the University of Judaism, okay? So let's go back and let's see what he said about the book. And that's why we went into the pyramid text. I wanted you to see how this is all related so you have a more comprehensive idea. What he said was, Luckert is constructive, teasy, honest, and enlightening. Okay? Enlightening does not mean misleading, does not mean inaccurate, and does not mean wrong. It means that they were learning by reading his work. Even his peers had to learn from him. That's how good Luckert was or is. I don't know if he's still living. Okay? All of these PhD's peers reading his work and all of the comments you see about his work, they all give the same sentiment, that they had to learn from him by reading his work. That's academic scholarship, showing some humility. Okay? Now, one last thing. Okay? One last thing. Well, not one last thing. We almost there because I'm hungry and I got to go because I got to eat some food. All I've been thinking about the whole time I've been sitting here. Y'all don't know this. The whole time I've been sitting here, all I've been thinking about is food. Okay? So somebody sent me a message. So people always want to send me messages when I'm on air. They got all day to hit me up. Nobody saying nothing. Then when I'm on live, everybody out of here. So let's see. Oh, why am I bringing up this word Christendom? All right. Christians love to make the distinction between Christianity and Christendom. Now, pay attention. Because if you don't pay attention and you get into a debate with somebody, you're not going to know what to say. You're going to stay stuck stupid. Christians love to make the distinction between Christianity and Christendom. Now, depending on the context that Christendom is used, they might be correct. Depending on the context. See, they don't tell you that part. They just think that that is a blanket fact, truth, and reality. That Christianity is here, Christendom is here, never the twain shall meet. That's the illusion that they sell to you. Okay? What I'm going to demonstrate for you is that Christendom has multiple contexts. And one of the contexts is inclusive of Christianity. That means the Bible, Jesus, all of it. Okay? So you have to know which context Christendom is being used to determine whether or not if a breach or a chasm should be made, if a separation should be made. Why am I telling you that? Because in this book, Professor Luckert, Dr. Luckert, is going to use the term Christendom, but he's not using it in the context that Christians like to apply it to normatively. Okay? Again, they only go with the context of those things that are beyond Christianity itself. Okay? That is not the context he's using it. He's using Christendom in an inclusive context that includes everything in the Christian world, starting with the Bible and Jesus, the biblical literature itself, and the theology, and all of the other things that go along with it. So it is an all-inclusive term. It is an all-inclusive context that he is using it in. So, and because they're so desperate to try to refute what I'm saying, trust me, they are going to hearken onto the fact that he used the term Christendom more often than he uses Christianity. But this is why we do this, the due diligence, so we can understand what he means. And when you look at the context in which he uses it, you automatically know that he's using it in this term. So we go to Oxford Dictionary. What does it say? Christendom. Dated. Now this says dated. That means it's no longer used to mean this. The worldwide body or society of Christians. Okay? More example sentences. Now it's funny when you look at the examples they use in the dictionary. He asserts that abortion was universally condemned by Christendom. So that's this way. That's the dated version. A crime at common law and a felony in the vast majority of states in the latter half of the 19th century. Baptism made one a member of the body of Christendom. So this is another way it's used, okay? Or the body of Christ, as we would say. So here, Christendom is used as synonymous with Christ. This is another context. So don't let them tell you that these two are the same. They're not. This is talking about Christianity as a society, right? Or worldwide body in the context of a society. This is talking about the body of Christendom as Christendom being synonymous with Christ, Christianity itself. Pope Urban II called upon the Knights of Christendom to push back the conquest of Islam at the Council of Clermont in 1095. This is another context, all right? This will probably be referencing Christendom beyond Christianity itself. Then look at the last context. How did we come, and this is the one they normally reference. How did we come to the place where the majority of Christendom thinks otherwise, and to even broach the subject of origins at all is likely as not to generate either a glassy-eyed stare or sometimes outright hostility. Now, I thought the last one was really interesting. To use the term Christendom, they broach the subject matter that Christians normally get offended when you talk about their origins. Wonder why. Now look at this. 1.1, the Christian world. The greatest church in Christendom. Origin, Old English Christendom from Christian, blah, 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 blah. So, You're talking about the Christian world, okay? It's inclusive. Everything in the Christian world. The Bible, is the Bible a part of the Christian world? Yes. Is the worship of Jesus part of the Christian world? Yes. Is Christian theology part of the Christian world? Yes. So this is the context in which he is using it. It is an all-inclusive term. That's why you go to 1.1. When he uses the term Christendom, he's talking about the Christian world. It is all-inclusive, everything in their world. And their world is centered around what? The worship of Jesus, the sacrifice of Jesus, the Bible, biblical theology. Remember, their theology is based on the Bible, not this, that, and the third, right? So the Bible is their first and ultimate authority. What is it? Sola Scriptura, right? Scripture alone, right? So there you have it, okay? And this is the context in which Dr. Luckert is using the term Christendom, that which includes the whole world of Christianity. So don't let them throw the other context in your face. These people are slicker than an otter in oil. They think everybody is as dumb as they are, and they're not. You understand what I'm saying? They're not. They just simply are not. So, 1 second, Don, I was getting ready to take a photo snap of the amount of people watching, and then the number fluctuated down once. But then it went up twice. There it goes. See, 1 people leave, 3 people come. Oh, come on, people. It just went down again. So that's all right. I'll leave it there for a second. Boom. That's what I wanted. Cool. All right. So wonderful. So I just wanted to break that down for you, because if I don't explain things to you a certain way, you will presume you already know something. Trust me, most things you don't know, because most things have not been explained correctly to you. So, and that's why I do what I do, so that by the time I'm done with you, you'll know. Okay? Now, let's look at this right here. So, what led me to this? Now, I read this book years ago. But the key question you want to ask here is, what led me back into this book? That's the question. What led me back into this book? Huh? What is it? Egyptian light and Hebrew fire. Theological and philosophical roots of Christendom and evolutionary perspective. And there you have this picture on the cover of an ancient Egyptian fresco. Okay? So one would ask, what led me back into the book? It was something. Now I'm gonna tell you why I have a certain soft spot in my heart for these Christians. The thing that made me as good as I am with this subject matter was not the Kemetic community. They will keep you stupid. Okay? Trust me. Okay? I appreciate you. So I appreciate you. Mr. Nobody. I appreciate you. What made me good was the Christian community. People like Eric Mason, Vince Bantu, Damon Richardson. When they would say things, and I would be like, I wonder if that's true. And then I go do my research. That's how I learn. It's that simple. All right. They make a claim. I said, well, let me go see if that's true. But if you go see if it's true, you can't play with it. You got to devote at least half a month to see if it's true. A month, half a month, to see, at least a few weeks. And if you only got 24 hours, give it the whole 24 hours straight. But it's going to take longer if you really want to know if what they're saying is true. So I heard these Christians say something. I was watching, I told you I discovered their platform. It's called Conscious Christianity or Conscious Christians. It's on Facebook. And when I went to their page, I saw they had a panel. And they were talking about ancient Kemet. It's called something like, what do we tell our community about the Kemetics? Or about metaphysics and Kemetics. Something like that. And I heard this individual in the middle. Now, this is Pastor Eric Mason, the same one I've been talking about. Pastor Jerome Gay Jr., the one I showed you on my last ride when he said, I forgot what he said. He said something. Oh, he said they're getting this from Zeitgeist. So they're all sitting on this stage. I forgot who this person is. I know he's one of their members. But this is Muhammad Tanzimur. He's one of their, now he's got a name like Muhammad Tanzimur, but he's a Christian apologist. Okay? Yes. He's a Christian apologist. And, with a name like Muhammad, and look, he worships Yahweh. Okay? I'm going to prove it to you later on. He's a Muslim who worships Yahweh. So he drank the Kool-Aid, basically. He drank the Jesus Kool-Aid and bought it. So they were given a panel. And on the panel, this individual said, ancient Egypt has no theology. And then he veered off into another lane, because these are two different statements. He said they had no sound theology. So it's either they had no theology or they had no sound theology. It can't be both. Because if you're saying they have no sound theology, you're saying they have a theology, but it's not sound. But if you're saying they have no theology, well, if they have no theology, they can't have a sound theology. Which one is it? Which one are you saying? This is what I mean when I say confused people say confused shit. That's a perfect example. Confused people say confused shit. Once you said they had no theology, you should have kept in that lane and then explained why. Which is really, anybody who knows anything about religious history would slap the shit out of him for even saying that. I'm just saying, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not a violent person like that. But I wouldn't, right? Somebody else might. But, okay, let me not say that. Let me rewind that, because I have to be more respectful. They would put him in a corner with a dunce hat and make him face the wall for saying that. Well, he did say they have no theology. Why would you say that? Anybody who knows anything about history knows that theology started in Egypt. Theology did not start with the Greeks. Just because it's a Greek word doesn't mean it started with them. It's like, how ignorant, well, you got an 8th grade education? Theology started in Egypt. The first theologians were the ancient Egyptians. That's a record of documented fact. But saying so doesn't make it so. So when I looked at this, and yeah, I do retract my statement and often, apology. I got to stop. I have to be careful of the language I use, because sometimes I'm still outgoing my streak. I'm still, even at my age, I'm still outgoing it. Like, y'all don't know, I was wild as a younger person. Like, I used to like to just get it popping. Like, everybody knows, like, forget all the talking. Yeah, let's like make it happen. You heard? So, yeah, that immaturity. I apologize to Shakka-Ahmose. I apologize for divulging that publicly. But yeah, I still have that level of. Sometimes you regress when people say stupid shit. I mean, haven't you ever been in a car driving and you heard somebody say something stupid and you just look at the person who you're driving with and you say, that person they had to slapped out of him for saying that. I don't think you want to go back there and actually slap the person. It's a figure of speech. But I think that in the climate that we live in, we have to be more responsible with our speech, because things can be taken the wrong way and people might think you're advocating for certain type of behavior. So as grown folks and as responsible people, we have to do better. I have to do better. So that's why I retracted that. And let me just reissue it. Let me let the man speak for himself. Then you understand where I'm coming from. Because y'all know me. I don't put words in anybody's mouth. Y'all already know I don't put words in people's mouths. I let people speak for themselves. 3, 2, 1, 8.
Egypt has no theology. And I think what a lot of people is getting confused when they're being addressed by Kemetics and different people that study in Egyptology is that they have a sound system. They don't. They have no sound systematic theology or system of understanding how Egyptian theology even worked in the first place. They're working off fragments. And not only are they working off fragments, they're working off fragments that come from different dynasties. So now you might have had one pharaoh in the 18th dynasty that was worshiping Anton, but in the 19th dynasty, he's worshiping Amun. In the 17th dynasty, he's worshiping Ma'at. In the 12th dynasty, they was worshiping Sekhmet. And in the dynasty before that, they was worshiping Isis. And then the dynasty before that was all about Horus. So they try to piece together a theology which don't exist.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Shaka, you putting words in his mouth. Shaka, you putting words in his mouth. I'm putting words in his mouth. Yeah, no, all I do is research. I put words in his mouth. Okay.
Egypt has no theology. And I think what a lot of people is getting confused when they're being addressed by Kemetics and different people that study in Egyptology is that they have a sound system. They don't. They have no sound systematic theology or system of understanding how Egyptian theology even worked in the first place.
All right. I ain't gonna make y'all sit through all of that crap again. But this is my point. Y'all heard the statement, right? Egypt has no theology, which was the first statement. Okay? Did he say it or did he not? Did he say it or did he not? Did he say it or did he not? I heard him say it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jay. You know, I really do, because sometimes I just want to vent a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't mean, you know, y'all like street scholarship. That's what's up. Yeah, but you know, we still got to set a better example of how to communicate for our young people who are watching, and we have to remind them it's okay to feel how you feel, but it's not okay to dehumanize other people, and it's not okay to speak in such a way that might cause someone else to dehumanize somebody just because you don't like them. And that's what I mean when I say we got to do better. And that's why I have no problem with retracting something I say if it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So even when I said when somebody says something so stupid they should have the shit smacked out of them, that's something you say when you're in your close circle of people. Right now I'm speaking publicly, and I don't want to advocate that kind of behavior just because I disagree with somebody, because I know for a fact somebody's an idiot or somebody's stupid and miseducated and all that other stuff. You know, doesn't mean that I wish them harm. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'd like to lock them all up in the closet, and sometimes I'd like to clean up the black community and just put tape across their mouth every Sunday for at least a year so they can actually learn. Right? So, but, you know, he did say it. Thank you. He said it. He said it. I just wanted to make sure. Okay? So when the bombs, no, I don't want to use that language. I was going to say when the bombs are dropping. You got enough bombs being dropped in the world today. I don't want to be, right? So we shatter more Christian lies, right? When we shatter more Christian lies, I don't want to hear the crying and oh, I didn't say that. Muhammad Tanzimore, you silly goose. You're a silly goose. I can call you that for saying something as stupid as that. You know? But you said it. And this is what I mean. Right? Here's the thing. Look. And you noticed when he got to the end of his statement, he never said, go read it for yourself. Go check for yourself. They won't never say that. They consider themselves the thought police. That's why they sit on a stage and just talk. They ain't show no books. They ain't show no sources. He couldn't even pronounce Aten correctly. He said at. What did he say? I can't even pronounce the way he pronounced it. He don't even know how to say the deity's name. But he's an expert on what they knew and what they didn't know. What they did and what they didn't do. He's an expert. Can't pronounce the deity's name. It's Aten. Aten. Okay? He said something. I can't even pronounce what the heck he pronounced. Okay. Here we go. So yeah. I was trying to read. I got messages coming across my screen. There's a lot of people watching. So here we go. So yeah. That's what he said. No sound theology. So check it out. I just wanted to get this preamble out of the way. Okay? And that's what we did. We got the preamble out of the way. So that in the next episode, tomorrow, we're actually going to go into the book. Okay? But actually, we're going to go into the book. And we're going to see if ancient Egypt had no theology. That's all. We're going to see if ancient Egypt had no theology. Period. And the reason why I recommend you get the book is because I'm going to show a whole lot of things from this book. And if you do get the book, please use the link in my description so that it can support the platform. It's an affiliate link. Because I'm gonna do my best to exhaust the book. But you never know. You might see something I missed. That's what I always recommend. If I'm showing you a book, I recommend go get it. You might see something I missed. It might be something in the footnote. It might be something in the index. It might be something in the bibliography. Because I go through every inch of the book. Like, why you think the cover's off my book? That's why the cover's off. Right? Notes all in the back of my book. See that? All in there. Yeah. I come ready. All my books are like that. The front part is like that too. All my books are like that. Period. All my books are like that. Not to mention my notes that go in my books. Forget the notes that are in the book, the notes that go outside of my book. Okay? So I just wanted to do this first part to get it out of the way. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I did this, to get it out of the way so that right, I wanted to get it out of the way so that by the time we get to the rest of it, by the time we get to the rest of it, that's strange. If I do that, oh, okay, cool. Duh. Okay, all right. So, yeah, I did that so that by the time we get to the rest of it, oh, come on. Oh, you dipshit. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me see, share. I'm just trying to shut it up. All right. So, no. Yes, here we go. All right, just do that. All right, cool. And then do that. Cool. There we go. All right. So anyway, y'all weren't supposed to see me shut it up, but there it is. So I said I would show it at the beginning and I'll show it at the end. That way I don't have to interrupt when I'm teaching. So now that we're at the end, for those of you who understand the value of what I just showed you, please pay your homage to the platform and support, contribute, invest. I'm not asking for money to open a school. I'm not selling you a kit that's supposed to teach you your nationality or show you how to open a business and then you get something fake in the mail. I ain't down with none of that. All I'm asking you to do is show the platform respect. I don't teach for free. Everybody has to pay. You just pay whatever you want. I don't care what it is. It's just showing the platform respect. That's it, right? Money talks, bullshit walks. The way it is. We all live in the real world. And that's the part of ancient Egypt I want to introduce you to, Egypt in the real world. Not all of this religious mumbo jumbo that people are caught up in with ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt had a lot of real things to teach us that we can learn if we can divorce ourselves from a lot of the I mean, there's nothing wrong with being spiritual and religion. At least to my opinion, is not. But I think that when you I think out of balance, it's not ma'at. It's not ma'at. It's out of balance. It's fed. It's a problem. It's problematic. So it has to be kept in balance, right? There's a place for everything. It's like if you go into your room, you come in my space, everything is always in its place down to the smallest thing. If I zoom the camera around, you're going to see everything is in its place. That's the way it's supposed to be in your life with spirituality, religion, this, that, and the third, finance, relationships, health, everything in its place. Don't get me wrong. The key is knowing what to prioritize. And when you're prioritizing wrong, it's evident in your life. You understand what I'm saying? It's evident. If you don't have the things you need, if you're not communicating right with people, if you're not being consistent, if you're not being authentic, right? And if you don't respect value, all those things are going to show up in your life. Okay? And so that's just really it. You understand what I'm saying? Support, contribute, invest, $, Shakka-Ahmose. It's really that simple. And I appreciate and respect when I see your name there. Those people who give 100 or more, your name goes on the special list. I can't tell you what for just yet, but your name is going on the special list for a class that I'm only giving to those people eventually. Okay, so I'm just letting you know. If you want to know more about it, and you do contribute 100 or more to the, you do invest 100 or more in the platform, in the Hieroglyph platform, then we'll talk about it, and you'll get more information about it. But yeah, it's all everything I do is to make it worth your while. So and yes, I will be selling my cots, my clasps, different colors. They come in blue, white, black, green, and rawhide. So yeah, absolutely. So that's it. Okay. Tomorrow we're gonna go in the book, right? And we're gonna see if ancient Egypt had no theology. Because I'm tired of people lying to us and getting paid for it. You lying to us and siphoning money out of the black community in your mega churches, whether it's in Africa and Ghana, whether it's in Philadelphia, right? Whether it's in Baltimore, Harlem, at Mount Nebo, whether it's in some AME church somewhere in South Carolina, right? Preaching that broken family doctrine that Jesus preaches. I got a question for you Christians, by the way. I was wondering about this yesterday when I was eating. If Jesus says, I did not come to bring peace but a sword, why do you call him the Prince of Peace? Like, that's like somebody knocking on your door saying, I did not come to bring the mail, and then you turn around to your mother and say, Ma, the mailman is here. The fuck is wrong with you? The man said, I did not come to bring peace. It's in your Bible. Go look. It was there the last time I checked. I did not come to bring peace but a sword. So why you calling him the Prince of Peace? Y'all like to force you're going to force somebody. Jesus will come back and say, I feel, look, I would warn Jesus, do not come back here. Because the first people that's going to kill you again is the Christians. It won't be the Jews this time. It'll be the Christians. Because you're going to realize they lied as much as they could about you as they possibly could, just in the name of having their own thing. How desperate do you got to be to have your own thing? You already have your own thing. It's the religion of resurrection, and it started in ancient Egypt. Period. We're not saying throw Christianity in the garbage. We're not saying get rid of Christianity. We're saying if you're going to have Christianity, put it in its proper historical context. And that means that you're going to run counter to some of the doctrine that later people put on it. That's simple. It's that simple. You need a religion of resurrection with Jesus as the ambassador of that. Okay, that's fine. But don't lie about where the eschatology came from. Don't lie about where the structure and the motifs came from. Don't lie. That's all we're saying. Don't lie. Now you know why that dude was sitting in the tomb with Jesus wearing a white robe. Huh? And what he was doing. And now you know why he said he's been raised. He didn't say he was raised by God. That man didn't say that. He didn't say God came out of the sky, 2 angels came down and raised them up. No, you get all of that in the other gospels. That's when they start editing stuff in. No, take the story at face value. From Mark. I read you what Mark said. You're looking for Jesus. He's not here. He's been raised. That's it. And he was sitting there in the white robe. That's a motif. The door is open, resurrection in the tomb. Sorry, it comes from the ancient Egyptian text. I proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, we have to do one last time as far as your resurrection story goes. I mean, I'm just saying. Oh, no. You can have your resurrection story. But as far as your resurrection story being unique, okay, that's what we're going. That's a done. That's a done deal. Don't come at us with that. Your story is unique anymore. Don't do that. Stop insulting the black community. I don't care about white people insulting us. It's insulting when our own people insult us. Be mature and grown up enough to just admit, okay, they're right. Can you imagine? Some Christians have said it, but it's too rare, few and far between. When you get the idiots in the apologetics community, they're so busy apologizing, they're so busy into the apologetics that they don't stop to consider for a moment, hey, maybe they're right. And if they are right, what does that mean? Now you're asking yourself a good question. Because then you could do something with that, with your Christianity that might be viable and legitimate. But as long as we keep pulling text out of the woodwork, and that's all we got is text. That's all I know I got. My updated version of Codex Game Over is a monster. Christianity, it's a monster. And then Pastor Mason lied about my book and called it a picture book. I mean, it has way more writing than pictures. And then you produce that garbage, Urban Apologetics? You Twinkie eating, Ralph Cramden looking, fat between your ears, too much fat between your ears to know a fact when you see one, and you're gonna call my book a picture book when it has actual facts, documented facts? No. And if Vince Bantu want to do the ultimate fighting chip, you can do that too. I ain't got no problem with that. I live for that. Ask around. That's what I did for a living for many years. I ain't got no problem with that. You heard? Yeah. We can touch. I got no problem with that. Yeah, look at the heads, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's relentless. Right? I'm not just, scholarship is not the only thing I'm relentless in. Right? I just have a relentless disposition, demeanor, and personality. So this is the scholarly expression of it, but there's other expressions of it. You understand? I ain't got no problem with that. Because I know they just be like, if I ever see Shakka-Ahmose, I'm like, all right, have your way. You can have it your way. Just make sure you film my reaction, my response. All right? So with that, I love you all. I'm just kidding with the apologetics community because, we talk a lot of smack to each other. But you never know. Somebody might get froggy and might feel like Jesus is on their side. I might have to be like, okay, let's see it. Let's test that hypothesis. Let's test that theory. Okay. So, but other than that, I got nothing but love for the apologetics community because they're a lively bunch, and you got to give it to people who go hard for what they believe in. That's where my respect for them does come in, right? If you have more people like that in the Kemetic community, because let me tell you, when the black homosexual community came out against the Kemetic community and started calling us hoteps and right and all that, because that's where it came from. They started all of that. When the black homosexual community came out and did that, the Kemetic community got shook. They didn't want to, they got shook. They kind of like went underground. Like they became quiet, like church mouths, like real talk. Not me. Oh, hell to the no. Hell to the no. I think I did a whole thing showing you the homosexual agenda behind disparaging the Kemetic community. I'll do that presentation again, just because we need to be reminded about it. You understand what I'm saying? Let's open up some sore wounds, some scabs. You know, let the blood drain. Real talk. Okay. So with that, everyone, you have my love. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow where we actually go in the book and we're gonna go all the way through it. You're not gonna want to miss it because you need to see. He said ancient Egypt had no theology. Said it had no sound theology. If ancient Egypt had no theology, and if ancient Egypt had no sound theology, then the world of Christianity, that includes the Bible, that includes the worship of Jesus and their theology and their doctrines, none of that stuff should have any need for ancient for a non-existent ancient Egyptian theology. That's it. Because if it did have a need for ancient Egyptian theology in any context, then that statement that you made about ancient Egypt having no theology, you know what that means, right? That's going to be. So you might want to get ready for that one. Sleep tight. In fact, for the rest of the night, I want you Christians out there, you apologists that are watching this, because I know you watching Adam. I know you watching Alfredo. You too, Pastor Mason. I know you like to pretend you're not. Vince, I know you watching. I know you all watching, Damon. All of you. You all watching. Vocab too, I know it. Oh, Bennett too. I always forget about that idiot. Bennett. Pastor Bennett. Yeah, you idiot too, right? But I like him. He's cool. He's fiery, you know? But he ain't too smart, ain't too bright. He's in love with Athanasius. Everything with him is Athanasius. But Athanasius, I think he sees himself as Athanasius. Okay, that's fine. I ain't got no problem with that. I got no problem with your extolling the African church and all that other stuff. But we got to be honest about who these people were. Okay? That's all I'm saying. You got to be honest about who they were and what were they doing. Because a lie is a lie, whether it's a black person behind it or a white person behind it. I don't really care. Like I said, the Christian community want the Kemetic community to be like, y'all's up, man, so we ain't going to say nothing. Even though we see you full of shit right in front of us, we ain't going to say nothing. We just going to be quiet about it and walk around me. No. If we ain't do that for white people, what the make you think we should do that for you? Shouldn't do it for anybody. Period. I don't do that for my family members. I don't do that for my family members. You don't like what I talk about? Don't invite me. That simple. And they don't. Don't invite me. I don't care. I'm good. I'm spending my time teaching my people. I ain't got time to be sitting up in eating your collard greens and your yams and your ham and whatever it is that, celebrating Thanksgiving and Christmas and Easter and everything the white man showed you how to celebrate. I ain't got time for that. I got time for teaching my people. That's it. That's what I got time for. I ain't got time for nothing else. Teaching my people, and Hieroglyph, the platform. That's all I have time for. I don't have time for nothing else. Okay? I don't have time for nothing else. And rocking my cot. That's it. Rocking my cot. So, are you ready? I want y'all to snap a picture on this one. On 3. Okay? Here you go. Hold on. Let me get it right. Here we go. Got to do like so, right? Snap the picture. Hurry up. Okay, I ain't got all day. Let me get out of here. I'm just messing with you guys. All right. Let me just look at a few comments and then I'm gone because I'm going to eat some food. I'm so hungry. Yeah. All right. Okay. Sure, what Christianity are you meaning? There's Protestantism, Western Roman Catholic. But wait a minute. So you telling me y'all got different religions within your religion? I thought y'all was all together. That's where y'all talking at. Y'all talking act like y'all together. So in other words, y'all don't all believe the same thing. So if y'all don't all believe the same thing, y'all practicing different religions, but you call it, but use it one brand name. Okay. All right. So that's what that is. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Oh, no question. I'm gonna make it worth your while to show up to tomorrow. You know I ended here for a reason. I ended right here for a reason because I want to be fresh when I go in the book. I want to be well rested, well fed. I want to have worked out. I want my mind to be clear. So when I come in tomorrow and we sit down and we go into the book, I'm good and I'm on it like I'm supposed to be. Okay. In the meantime, love each other. In the meantime, respect each other. Respect yourself first and foremost. Love yourself and respect yourself unapologetically. Okay. You matter in this world. Even if you're a Christian, I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, Hebrew, like you matter as a person. You might be wrong about some things. You live long enough, you'll be right about other things, right? I'm completely right about this, but I could be wrong about a whole bunch of other things. But I know I'm completely right about this. So none of us are perfect, okay? But we all have to love ourselves and we all have to respect ourselves. And sometimes we're going to fall. Like me, I'm a smart ass. So as much as I do genuinely respect people, I will usually slip some slick shit in there, and probably in person, more so in person, because it's just how I'm wired. I like to see what people are made of. Like you doing all of this on that side of the camera, I want to see what you're really about, right? And it's it's just a childishness in me, but I genuinely respect everybody who I brought up. I mentioned Jonathan Owen Smash, who's really one of my Metal Nature heroes. So is Sunjeti and Ujawu, even though I disagree with Ujawu on a bunch of shit, and I think he got a color complex with these high yellow people. What's wrong with high yellow people? They always got issues. Chris Bouchard, right? So, but anyway, I don't hate nobody in our community. I understand how precious life is, and male or female, whatever your sexuality is, I don't hate nobody. You understand what I'm saying? We all have our own proclivities. We all have our perspectives, our demeanors. But my thing is that respect people in their field. If this person is dealing with history and they're coming from a historical perspective, you got to respect that lane. Everything in history don't agree with you. And if you put your feelings first, stay away from history. Stay away from it, because history is about facts, dates, things of that nature, evidence. And many of those things will disagree with you. Now, personally, I think you can let that be instructive about your own life, or you can live in denial and just pretend it don't exist or it don't matter and go on with your life. But that means you also got to avoid certain conversations. As I said, this conversation is for everybody. I don't come here and do this for everybody. I do this for people who are interested in this. For those of you who are not interested in this, get on. Get on. Go to somebody else's channel and watch something else. I'm not here for you. I'm not doing all of this for you. I do this for people that are interested in this, who this resonates with, and it matters to them. When I first started this, I didn't start on the scholarship. When I first started all of this was about a particular aim of the Nile Valley movement. And that was to protect, project, advance, and perpetuate a Black image of Nile Valley culture and history. That's it. That's why all my music videos, I was looking like this. My goal was to combine the two to hopefully get young people interested in it. And it worked. There's a lot of young people that really love that Nile Valley aesthetic that I push in my music videos, and they love the music. So, and it's a beautiful thing. Somebody said something, I think it was when I was last on somewhere. Oh, it was a comment somebody left, and they referenced me in one of the epithets that I use, self-describing epithets that I use in my songs, plural. And it says, Shakka-Ahmose, the evening and the brightest morning star. It's from one of my songs, Morning Star, and a few other songs. And that's what he quoted in the comment. And it just made me feel so grateful and so hotep, so satisfied. It really did. Because it lets you know that the emanation is received and sits well in the places where it's received. So remember, we're all drops in the water, and we have to look at the ripples that we create, you know? And don't underestimate how hard people work to bring you stuff like this, right? You see me when I'm sitting in front of the camera and I'm just talking, but you don't see all the stuff I do when the camera's off. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Like, you wouldn't even understand. I don't have a social life. Like, no social life. I'd love to have a social life, but I don't have a social life, right? What did Michael Jackson say? I gotta find me a girl. I gotta find me a girl. Oh, somebody who can make all my dreams come true. Somebody soft and warm. I know exactly what I want. Come on, y'all. I've been searching everywhere. Can't seem to find her anywhere. Could it be you? Could it be you? Okay, so now you're seeing Shaka clowning. It's really time for me to go. I'm out. I love you all. Uncle Johnson, Hotep, Dr. Ben, we miss you. Dr. John Henry Clark, we miss you. Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, we miss you. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, we miss you. Professor Scobie, Mackie, all of you, we miss you. Aunt Mira, we miss you. We love you. And that's it. Let's all keep each other in our prayers. And look, y'all can say what y'all want. Some things are, to me, a little bit bigger than race, but shout out to the people in Ukraine. And, you know, I hope they overcome. I always say my prayers first for my people first, the hood, inner cities, Africa, back home, the Caribbean islands, the Americas, all that, wherever we at, that's where my first prayer is always. But that don't mean I ain't got no prayers left over for other people. And so, we all have to appreciate and understand what's at stake in general. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about y'all, but America ain't perfect, but I'd rather be here than Russia. You know what I'm saying? The Russians don't want to be in Russia. So, yeah. That's all. I just don't like to see people. My thing is, this is how I feel about war. And this is why it bothers me. War is the ultimate form of child abuse. You understand what I'm saying? And that's my thing about war. Right? Like, you don't care at all about killing children. I just can't respect you. I don't care who you are. Do you know what a child is? That's like God vulnerable. That's God at his most vulnerable. A child, male or female, black, white, Asian, it don't matter. That's what a child is. It's God at its most vulnerable. So when you kill children, I don't care what your excuse is. To me, it should be, rap. It's a rap for you. Anyway, Uncle Johnson Deb, on tap, I love you all. Period. And you can't stop me from loving you. Oh.